Hey everybody, we're back with Metroid Prime. Playing this on the Metroid Prime trilogy, released on the Wii. We're playing it on Wii U. If you have a Wii U, I recommend you pick this up as soon as possible because Nintendo may shut down the Wii U eShop at any point. And picking up a physical copy of this runs a lot higher than the digital copy does that's available on Wii U. That's a good question, Ninja. How you doing, buddy? Well, that was the thing, like, when they released Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze on the Switch, they took it off the Wii U eShop because it was cheaper on the Wii U eShop. £20. So they took it off there so that the only option you'd have to grab it would be the Switch for full price. They did the same thing when Pikmin 3 came out on Switch, took it off the eShop, but then a few days later they put it back on and were like, oh no, that was a mistake. And nobody believed them. Anyway, Metroid Prime. Playing this on the Wii, got the Wiimote and the Nunchuck. Haven't done this on stream since that one stream when we did Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles, if you remember how that went. So this is not gonna go... There we go, I've got the fusion suit on. This is not gonna go anywhere near as long as that. This is probably gonna be a 2-stream game. Because God knows I don't want my hands to cramp up again. How you doing, Ninja? I could always do Umbrella Chronicles at some point if I wanted, but Umbrella Chronicles, I feel, more so than Darkside Chronicles, is really only balanced for co-op. So if I was going to do that on stream, I'd want to do single-player co-op. I'd use a nunchuck in both hands.
In the vast universe, the history of humanity is but a flash of light from a lone star. The life of a single person should be lost in space
It
and
is.
time. But among the stars, there is one light that burns brighter than all
Not gonna
others.
disagree.
The light of Samus Aran. Her battles extend beyond her life and etch themselves into history. Here, another chapter of that history will be written.
So, fun fact, that narration only exists in the European version of Metroid Prime. They added it to the European GameCube version, but even when they re-released Prime in America as the Player's Choice Collection, and as part of the Metroid Prime trilogy, they never included that narration in the US version, and I have no idea why. So, Prime on the trilogy version has several improvements. It has widescreen, which is really nice. You know, it was kind of a weird thing with Nintendo for a while, where they started releasing games in Europe before America. And that was, like, I didn't really understand that, but it was kind of nice. So we're playing with the fusion suit, which I like. I don't like this one, Yeah, that is the Fusion Various suit, which looks awful even in Fusion. But I like the Fusion Power suit and the Fusion Gravity suit. So we're playing on Trilogy, so we have the free aim, arm cannon. Which, honestly, is one of the best implementations of motion controls. You know me, I hate motion controls. This is actually pretty good. And we have the lock-on, which is also nice. And my favourite thing about Metroid Prime Trilogy, it adds Spring Ball. In Prime, in original Prime on GameCube, you want to jump, you have to do this. Miyamoto. Miyamoto seems to like motion controls for some reason. Like this. Spring Ball? Fantastic. Before you stream in an hour. I'm sorry, Phazon. How you doing? But look, we're doing the fusion suit. I was honestly debating fusion today. But my my Pro controller isn't charged and I can't be bothered to plug it in. You doing good? I'm glad you're doing good, Phazon. Yeah, since this is the opening where we're in the various suit. Oh, sweet. Did my logbooks carry over? It did. Awesome. I don't have to scan anything. Because in the original Prime, to unlock the fusion suit, you have to have a completed save of Prime and connect it to Fusion on Game Boy Advance. In Trilogy, you have to have a completed save of Prime and then unlock it from the bonus menu. So this has a completed save. This is a completed save of Prime, where I got 100% on the scan logs, which... nice. I didn't realise it carried over. Yeah, have you played the Trilogy version of Prime before, Phazon? Okay, this way. That damage is fine, because it doesn't matter. Yep. Anything else? Nope. Good. Something about GameCube and Fusion Transfer is a bit blurry. On all the original Prime copies, all three. So original release, Player's Choice, and Trilogy. I recommend finishing at least Prime Ninja. Prime's really good. And then, depending on how you feel about that, you might really enjoy Prime 2. Metroid Collections. I actually meant to have my copy, because we're playing this digital on Wii U. But I do actually own this physically. It's one of the only Wii games I actually care to pick up. My buddy Steiner used to work at a game shop, and it was like, okay, tell me what games you're actually looking for, I'll keep an eye on them. I'll keep an eye out for them in the system. He's like, okay. Metroid Prime Trilogy on the Wii. And he grabbed it for me. It was £22. Great. Right, so you don't have Prime Trilogy then, Phazon? On your collection shelf now. Mine's on my collection shelf. It's over there behind the laptop. See, here's my favourite thing about the Prime Trilogy Collection. Spring Ball. The motion controls are pretty good. I'll definitely admit that. Like, the best use of motion controls Nintendo ever really did. But the Spring Ball, fantastic. Makes getting around with the Morph Ball way more comfortable. So since I already have the scan log, is this going to automatically target the Parasite Queen's mouth? Give me that. There we go. You know, the Frigate Orphean stage for Smash was pretty good. It's a shame they didn't bring it back in Ultimate. Okay, so... no. Now we can target the mouth. Ah, oh, damn, I almost had that in like one cycle. Anyway.
Evacuate immediately.
Alright, let's rock and roll.
Evacuate immediately. Evacuate
Jump.
immediately.
Jump. My biggest complaint with the trilogy version is the way they've changed how you control visors and beams. You have to hold the plus or minus buttons. Plus for beams, minus for visors, and then aim at them. Which, if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, and especially to begin with, it's actually kind of awkward. You get used to it, though. Oh, I love the jump ball. Like the best thing ever. Going up. Open the door. Whee! Come on. Oh, it's right there. There it is. "6 minutes to detention." Ooh, you posted Ridley a little early, Phazon. There he is. That cutscene started earlier than I'm used to. In the GameCube version, if you do it just right with the scan visor, you can scan a bunch of stuff in this room before Ridley's cutscene plays. Oh, you meant detonation. And here we go. Coming up to the point where everybody makes fun of the game. So Samus gets hit with an explosion. And loses all of her equipment upgrades. Rebel usually reads stuff wrong. Where am I going? There we are. You just gotta give it to somebody with, some of the focus they really need to have with some of those games. It's part of the thing of, like, I'm glad I do mostly RPGs, because it makes it a lot easier to just go, But no, Ninja definitely said detention. He meant detonation, but he said detention. One thing I appreciate about classic Resident Evil is the doors always give you time to just go like, And thankfully I can read pretty fast, so... So yeah, everybody hates that one sequence where Samus is hit with an explosion and loses all of her upgrades, because it's kinda dumb. See, I don't watch Twitch on my phone, so I don't really have an issue with autocorrect. Although I've noticed the thing I do lately of putting the wrong version of "your" a lot lately, which bothers me. I do like the widescreen on Prime Trilogy though, that's nice. Hey Amanda. Ah, fusion suit. Such an underrated design. Love it. No, we're playing on actual Wii. Oh, we're playing on Wii U. Through the Virtual Wii side. Like I say, I have this physically. It's like the only game on Wii that I have physically. But I also bought it digitally later on to play on Wii U. Yes, I could play the disc on Wii U physically. I didn't want to, I just grabbed it physically. This is the wrong way. What am I doing? Alright, loading screen. No way to stream Prime yet. That's a shame. Nintendo really needs to re-release this. Yeah, it's a shame you've only got the Switch to do it, because it's like, just... just Metroid and Super Metroid is... Like, Super Metroid's fine. But, you know, you'd kind of like at least Fusion and Zero Mission on there as well. Nintendo really needs to put some more stuff on there. There. You gotta press that button or it won't go away. Don't mind me. And people defend the Switch Online thing. And I'm not gonna say the Switch Online service is a bad idea, but you know, I'd like the option to buy some of these games. Of course, there's the thing, I've bought a lot of these games already on other systems, and I'd rather not buy them again. Ah, yeah. Pretty smooth. Okay, grab that, thank you. Go for that. And the wasp hive. Alright, let me see what I'm missing before we start the fight. Zero mission fusion, yeah. Yeah, what game's that, Manda? You see, I've bought a bunch of games. I've bought a lot of games multiple times. If you've ever hung out in my stream, you've probably heard of how many times I own some games. I don't even like Code Veronica. I own every version of Code Veronica. I don't even like that game. But Nintendo's always had the problem of not having any kind of cross-buy carryover. So I've bought stuff like, I've paid for Earthbound 3 times. Super Mario World 5 times, I think. I'm definitely guilty of buying games multiple times. Round 3. Hey, come on. I forget, is this 3 or 4? It's 3, alright. That's as being Tagatsu. Right, so they're remastering that like they did the first one. That's reasonable. So don't have a way to play it, then just buy it. It becomes the problem of so many of these old games, you just don't have a way to play them. Like we did Digital Devil Saga 1 and 2 recently. There's no way to play those on modern systems. Alright, and now we go back. Convenient. There's too many games that you just can't play on a modern system. I mean, hell, this is technically one of them. Do you count Metroid? Do you count the Wii U as a modern system? No. Nintendo stopped producing anything for it like 3 years ago. And you got stuff like Phazon says of like Zero Mission, Fusion. There's no way to play those legally on a modern system. Okay, next is the Alpha Beetle, which gets us Charge Beam. Does it, or does it get us Morph Ball? What am I thinking of? Where do I get Morph Ball? Oh, that's Morph Ball. Where do I get Charge Beam? Oh, I remember where I get Charge Beam. Yeah. Yep. Alright, good. My trigger finger was getting tired there. To be fair, with that example phase on, the PS3 version of Bayonetta is the worst version. We also streamed Bayonetta a few months ago. Turns out I'm not as good at it as I remember. There we go. But I don't think it's a case of every system, I think it's generally each generation. Each generation with the leap in technology, developers and publishers start demanding new styles with stuff. And at some point that is a detriment. Look at the jump from PS2 to PS3. And a lot of the quality of a lot of games started to suffer for that. I still think, like, the more games I play on the PS2 generation that I missed, the more I think that was the best generation of gaming. Morph Ball. I like the design of Fusion Morph Ball as well. Really nice. Yeah, especially with RPGs, like going through a bunch of PS2 era RPGs, like Digital Devil Saga, and of course there was Skies of Arcadia, which was a Dreamcast RPG. There should be platforms over here. There it is. Which was a Dreamcast RPG played on the GameCube with Legends. And, like, the design of more recent ones just doesn't feel as good. I find the timing in Prime to be not so difficult. In Super Metroid, no. In Super Metroid, it's definitely harder. I think Fusion and Zero Mission simplified it. Fusion and Zero Mission made the physics faster than Super Metroid. Super Metroid's very floaty. Alright. Deal with you. Get out of it. Yeah. I'd probably be more into Super Metroid if I played it first, but I played Fusion first and then spent a lot of time on Fusion, then Zero Mission. So by the time I actually got to Super Metroid, I was way more used to the faster physics. So the floatier physics of Super Metroid always put me off. I can understand why people love Super, it is a good game. Just when I want my Metroid fix, I go for Fusion way more often. For me, it's Fusion, if I'm picking one to play, Fusion, Zero Mission, then Prime. Largely, not even because I think Zero Mission is better than Prime. It's because Zero Mission is more accessible for me than Prime. I can just play it easier. Okay, you. And the one down there. And you. Yeah, Fusion's fantastic. I love Fusion. I was debating doing that today, but it wouldn't have lasted a full stream. I'd have gotten through it too fast. The irritating thing about this point is there's a sandstone block next to us that needs the mothball bomb to unlock there. And we don't have the mothball bomb yet. Yeah, I like Metroid. I'm hopeful for Prime 4. But like, we'll see if it ever actually comes out. Going up. Hey, cat. It will not be one stream either. Well, Prime's not going to be one stream, but Fusion would be. I've done streams before where I've done Zero Mission and Fusion in one stream, because they're both just pretty short. Yeah. So what did I do? I did, that stream I did Zero Mission, then Fusion. And I really screwed up with Zero Mission. And I did Fusion after that, partly to redeem myself. Because I am way better at Fusion than I am any other Metroid. Oh yay, this level. Area, section, whatever. Alright. There we go. I don't generally go for 100%. And I think Fusion, as much as I like Fusion, Fusion and Zero Mission are really bad about 100%. Largely because you can't grab everything on the way. Super Metroid, you can grab everything on a path. Fusion and Zero Mission, no, you need to wait until right near the end of the game before you can actually start collecting. And, no. Yeah. Yeah, Fusion's hard to collect. It's also got some really frustrating stuff with some of the areas to collect. Like that one room that's full of fake blocks, and you have to very carefully time your jumps to get through it. And the space jump can be really finicky. I've done Fusion 100% before, and I would do it now for the sequel hook, but I don't remember the location of everything in Fusion. In Prime is what I mean. I've done Prime 100% before, and I would do it now for the sequel hook, but I don't remember where everything is off the top of my head. If I did the game more, I probably would. Probably be able to. Like how I remember basically the location of every treasure in Resident Evil 4. But the advantage of Resident Evil 4 is you can play on basically anything. So it's easier to go through. Okay. Secret. Secret, secret, I got a secret. Bow, bow. Seriously, that jump ball, wonderful. It's why I prefer this version of Prime. Like, there's not really any other reason. The controls are nice, sure. But the jump ball puts this above GameCube Prime for me. It is that big of a deal. Yeah, man. I mean, hell, it cuts off like a full 2 seconds from each jump with Morph Ball by just letting you jump. Yeah, man. I've heard Pikmin on Wii is also better than the GameCube because the pointer really works. And I couldn't understand that, but I've not played it on Wii. I can tell you with confidence, Twilight Princess is not better on Wii. Mario Power Tennis is not better on Wii. Most games are not better on Wii. Energy Tank, yeah. Was that worth the detour? The answer is yes. These energy tanks are going to come in useful when we get to the phase-on mines. You should get around to that phase, and having your own sounds for the alerts is nice. That's personal touch. I like it. I mean, you see how much fun Rebel has with power. Okay. Let's save before we go and take on Flagra. Flagra. And of course, I got the RPG style alert set up, like this guy's Arcadia follower alert. My favorite versions of a lot of those themes are just from Prime. Let's see, I need to make sure I don't miss any of these on the way up. Usually miss one. Yeah. Don't forget that one, definitely. Is there another nest? Yes, there is. Stupid wasps. I've missed one. God damn it. I always miss one of them. Yeah, I have. I thought a lot of it was a pain. I enjoyed it overall, but a lot of those sequences were irritating. There it is. One that I should have known because it's a pain to get. The giant excavator robot was a pain to deal with. I didn't like how that was an insta-kill if you screwed up the sequence. But yeah, no, the final fight with Proteus Ridley? No, I can fuck off. One of my problems with the Ridley fights as the series has gone on, I love the Ridley fights in the 2D games, because there's never any specific thing with Ridley. Like with Kraid, shoot Kraid in the mouth. Fantoon, you gotta shoot Fantoon in the eye when it becomes visible. Dragon. You want to shoot Dragon in the stomach, but if you're smart, you'll use the grapple beam to electrocute it. But with Ridley, shoot the fucker until he's dead, and I love that. No complications, no tricks, it's a no-holds-barred slobber knock, and I love that about the Ridley fights. And then with the more recent games, they've been adding mechanics to Ridley fights, and I'm not fond of it. I don't like the Ridley fight in this. Yeah, the Digger Knot. So here's a fun thing I'm aware of. The original American release of Metroid Prime, this boss music is glitched, so it only loops the first 30 seconds. This is Flagra. Yeah, Proteus Ridley? Hated it. Hated dealing with Proteus Ridley. It was a cool thing, and that the baby Metroid gets involved was neat, but the fight itself was not fun. Okay, stunned. Okay, he's gonna fall over there. I did like the post-credits nod to Fusion, though. That was nice. This is normal. All over. Jeez. That was a little close. It was gonna fall on me. Yeah, there's 3 difficulty modes in the Trilogy version: normal, veteran, and hyper mode. Oh, this is going to be the goodbye to the Fusion suit. We're going to have the awful Fusion version of the Various suit. Well, guess we're going the other way. There we go. And there it is. Flagra, done. I've not tried hyper mode, honestly. I don't know if I'd want to play one of the... Like, I don't know if I'd want to play the hard mode with the motion controls. They are really nice, but they require a lot more dexterity with your personal aiming as opposed to the original game, which just had lock-on. Plus, holding a GameCube controller does not give you hand cramps. Or wrist pain, actually. How is the face cam? Is the face cam blurry? It doesn't look like it. I think I'm gonna hit the next save point and then quit and switch back to the regular suit, because this is like my least favourite suit in the series. Fusion Various suit is ugly, and we spend so much of Prime in the Various suit. Thank you, Phaser. I appreciate it. But no, sometimes the camera goes blurry for some reason. I have no idea why. Wish I could fight those fucking ghosts now and take that artifact that I know is there. Alright. Let's go. That's always guaranteed gold orb drops if you're ever after the log entry for them. Yeah. Magmore Caverns, Magmore Caverns. Didn't you show that to us at some point on one of the Discords, Phaser? I'm sure I saw something about that. Something like that. Hmm. Oh yeah, the controller. Yeah, no, I remember the Switch controller. I'm misremembering things. Orange and black. I actually have a Metroid controller myself. It's a classic controller for the Wii, which is shaped like a GameCube controller and styled on Metroid, which is quite nice. No, not that one. Option. Quick game. Yeah, it's quite nice, but it's just a classic controller for the Wii. I had a choice of a Luigi one, Luigi one, a Donkey Kong one, or a Samus one, and I was tempted for Luigi one, but I like Metroid, and I could do with more representation. You know, I remember seeing the Prime Figma, and I was like, if I had that kind of money to burn on it. But I don't think I ever saw an Other M one. I will say, this is my favourite version of the Various suit. I wasn't overly fond of the Various suit design in Samus Returns. I thought that the visor was too thin. Looks a lot more like a Mandalorian thing than Samus. You got it cheap. Nice. You gotta appreciate good deals on stuff you love. And of course, Magmore Caverns with the remix of the Norfair theme. Ooh, Zero Suit. Is that Zero Suit with high heels or without? Never fond of the heels for the Zero Suit that were added later. without. Nice. I like that. Door. Alright, these little bastards. Bastard. I had so much trouble with those things when I was younger. It's not just the Smash version. The other M's Zero Suit also had high heels, didn't it? I'm pretty sure it did. This way? No, it's this way. There it is. So I can actually see where I'm going. It's not noticeable like Smash floor, it's more flatter heels. Fair enough. The main design thing I remember with Other M is the colour of Samus's armour. They changed the colour for some reason. It was a flatter colour, like Prime has the metallic shine on the suit. Other M didn't really have that, and the colour was more yellowy as well, and it was just like... Prime looked so nice. Prime various suit looked really nice. Why change that? Is it because Sakamoto secretly hates that Prime was the most successful Metroid game? Probably. Okay, you gone. You gone. I shot you. Oh, are these the bigger turrets that take two? Yes. Yes, they are. Do I want you? I don't remember. Not big on Other M much, but... Yeah, Other M has a lot of issues, which, let's be fair, everybody knows. The other side that I can just jump into them with. Okay, that's a... Is it? I can't remember if this is a dead end. It. Yeah, Other M's got problems. Narratively, structurally. Problems with its gameplay. Ultimately, though, I think the biggest problem with Other M was it was the last Metroid game for like 8 years. There we go, there's the elevator I'm after. Is it? No. No. This wasn't the way I wanted to go. Alright. Yeah, there's a missile expansion up there. I was debating whether or not to just run through the lava, but it's like, wait, was there an expansion up there? Yes. So let's go grab it. There we go. This wasn't a wasted trip. Musical tracks? Fendrana Drift is a little weird with that, because there's actually 2 Fendrana Drift music tracks. Because there's technically 2 areas to it. I do like the first area, the second area is just kind of There is somebody shooting me. More subtle one. Yeah, the one that feels more like an ice level with the crystal stuff. The crystal music. Yep. Anyway. There we go, Fendrana Drift. Rink. That's understandable, Phazon. I appreciate you popping in and sticking around and keeping me company. I hope your stream goes well. Are you continuing Resident Evil 0? Move. Remake, fair enough. If you're still on when we finish up for today, because I don't think I'm going to do all of it today. So if you're still on when we finish, I'll raid you. But thanks for popping in, FaZe, and I really appreciate it. And I hope you have a good stream. Ninja, if you are still in the chat, would you mind giving Phazon a shout out for me? Take care of yourself, Phazon. Am I going the right way? Yes. It's amazing how much faster this game feels when I don't need to scan everything. Alright. Give the shout out. Bazon Ferry. Oh yeah, you haven't streamed since Wednesday when you were doing Symphony of the Night. What is this? What have you just given me? Okay. Anyway. Onwards. This is the one with the icicle. Adult Sheegoth and then Wave Beam? Is that next upgrade? Is it? I thought the boost ball was next. And then go back and get the space jump boost and then come back here. Yeah, boost ball. Boost ball, then the space jump boots. Boost ball, space jump boots, then wave beam. This entire thing, like, to get the wave beam, we have to come back to this area anyway. So the entire sequence actually works out a lot better in the original American release of this game, where you can perform a glitch jump at the start of the planet. When you land on your ship, you can do a scan jump, which is essentially a side hop with a lot more momentum than it's supposed to have. You can do that and get to the point where the space jump boosts are. But in every version after the original American release, they removed that. So you can't do that, which is a shame. Because it meant this whole sequence didn't have a whole lot of backtracking back to the area near your ship, and then coming all the way back to Fendrana Drift. But we gotta do that. Need the space jump boost to progress over there. I always love rolling off there before the cutscene kicks in. It's weird that they show you that glimpse of Ridley there, because now that we're done with that, we're not going to see Ridley till we fight him, and Ridley's the penultimate boss fight. Second to last boss fight of the game. Okay. So we take that shortcut back to Talon Overworld, and that will be great. Save us having to go through the Chozo ruins again. It was... Wait, where was it? Opposite side, okay. So, something of a recurring point for playthroughs I do of pretty much any Metroid game really, except for Samus Returns on DS, is taking damage. Just ignoring enemies and tanking damage. Because it's generally just faster to move through them that way. And Metroid is a game where we like to move fast. And generally the damage, like especially in Prime, damage is mostly negligible. Prime has the thing where you are fully healed at save points, so it's not usually something to worry about. Save points are usually pretty plentiful. The only real time in the game when you don't want to do that is in the Phase-On Mines, because you go for so long without a save point there. That whole thing's a gauntlet, and it is one of the most frustrating parts of the game. Not because of the gauntlet, but because the last enemy before you get to the save point is invisible and you can't lock onto it. There's an easy way to deal with it, but if you don't know that method, you're probably going to die and then have to redo it all over again. It's like half an hour. Go. And here we are, and what we need to do is go through there. Get rid of you guys. I find the best way to use the boost ball is to not use the analog stick when using it. Because the analog stick will just kill your own momentum. Kind of awkward. Yeah, you see? There's the ship. The scan jump is performed by looking over here-ish from the ship with the scan visor. And you gain way more, I think, vertical momentum than normal. And it allows you to basically side jump up here. Right at the start. And you just jump over, come over here, open this door, and bam, space jump boots. You have double jump from the start. It doesn't break the game as much as you'd think. Mostly, it just makes the opening less... I want to say tedious, and it's not like the game is tedious to begin with. But it makes it less so, if you get what I'm saying. Especially because you then don't have this bit where you come all the way back here just for the double jump and then go all the way back to Fendrana Drifts. There's nothing you really need in between unless you knew the location of some expansion packs to grab now that you have the space jump boots. Like on the way through Magmore Caverns or like jumping back to the Chozo Ruins. But even then, like, there's better times for it. They're just doing this specifically for that. I think this game gets two major things wrong, and there's this opening bit of mandatory backtracking for one item, and then the artifact hunt at the end, and one of those things is worse than the other. See if you can guess which one. This way. But anyway, double jump, very much appreciated. Now we can do a lot more maneuvering. Destroy these just in the hopes of a quick bit of health that we didn't get. It was missiles, not really an issue. We have a save point coming up. Doesn't hurt to play it safe though. A little bit extra. I hate how long the gas from the puffers lingers, because it's a substantial amount of time. You're looking like over 5 seconds, I think. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 seconds, yeah. And during that time, its hitbox is bigger than you think it is. And it's a damage field. Can I go up there and grab what's up there now? I have the boost ball, why couldn't I? For all the problems of the artifact hunt in this game, though, it's better than the artifact hunt of Prime 2. Because you can grab most of the artifacts on your way out around the game. Here's one of them. In Prime 2, you cannot. Prime 2, you have to have, like there, we could grab that, because we had Boost Ball and Space Jump. We need Space Jump to get up to the platform, and then Boost Ball to turn the spinner. Simple as that. In Prime 2, every single one of them requires the Dark Visor to see. And it's not a case of, oh, but if you know where you are, if you know where they are, you can grab them. No, you can't. The game will not let you grab them without the Dark Visor. Which is frustrating. And so, like with this, if you know what you're doing, you can grab all of the artifacts on your way, except one, which you need the last suit upgrade to get. And you get the last suit upgrade 2 rooms away from it. So you go forward, then come back. Simple as that. Prime 2 is a case of no, the entire game will stop when you have to grab those artifacts. And then go through the entire world map to find them, and it's kind of tedious. Alright, let's go. Back where we were. Really itchy nose today. Over there or up here? Right, so we can't go this way yet because that is wave beam, which means it's gotta be over there, and I fell down. That happens. Happens sometimes. I'm probably gonna fall again with this next jump here. I usually have trouble with this one. Yep. There it is. Alright, there we go. It's kind of frustrating when you know where a bunch of the artifacts are and you can't get them because you don't have the exact right item. And there is actually one in this room. We need to shoot that ice pillar that's coming out of the statue's mouth with the plasma beam. But we're not going to get the plasma beam until way later in the game. And at that point, we'll just be coming back here for that. Not anything else, just that. That's kind of frustrating when you know that. Damn it. I wanted to get out of there before that respawned. Right, there it is, the wave beam. And now we actually have to fight some of the she-goths. Simple enough, you just have to hit them in the back with a missile to crack the ice shell. And then just hit the exposed flesh. Simple enough. Ah, it does work with charge beam. I was like, wait, does it work with charge beam? Yeah, it does. Which is nice, because I like to use the missiles on something else. But the she-goths aren't particularly dangerous. It's worth noting that they are also the baby she-goths. Scan them, baby she-goths. That's a she-goth. So, the real trick with this is actually to just bomb it. Because it will absorb your weapons with its crystal there, unless... I think if it's doing a breath attack. But it can't absorb the mothball bombs. So I'll just roll around it, tank the damage, and keep planting bombs. A lot simpler. There you go. And let's go grab the wave beam, which is my least favourite beam in the game. Mostly just because damage-wise, it's the weakest. And there are enemies that require you to use the wave beam, even later on in the game. And those enemies are just irritating to deal with. Because they require the wave beam, I don't want to use the wave beam for damage. me see. Flawless. 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 Alright, I wasn't sure if one of the others was breakable. In the GameCube version of Prime, each of the beams, when you charge the beam, the cannon will have some kind of effect on it. They removed that in the trilogy version, because apparently being able to move the cannon around like this, which the original game was never programmed for, actually plays hell with it. So they removed the visual effect of that. Like, the wave beam would have electricity, just like static electricity around it when it's fully charged. The ice beam would start to freeze over. And the plasma beam... I don't remember what the plasma beam did. But those effects are all gone with Trilogy. Not a big loss, but it was a cool detail in the original. Fun fact, in the original American version, this is the only place you will see ice shriekbacks, which are a unique variant, and once you fight a certain boss in the game, in the original American version, they're gone. They never respawn. Which it makes the original American version kind of infamous for that. Getting the logbook percentage at 100 is harder than it should be. With all later versions, they changed it so that they do actually reappear still. Okay, and the other spinner. Alright, now we can start climbing. I think when I do Prime 2 on the stream, I might do the GameCube version. Prime 2 on the Trilogy Collection still has the springboard, which is still a really nice feature. Ultimately, the main reason I wanted to do this version for the stream, though, is because of accessibility of the fusion suit. Like I say, in the original GameCube version, you needed to complete Prime and then hook it up to a copy of Fusion on Game Boy Advance. And I don't actually have the Game Boy Advance GameCube link cable anymore. I don't know what happened to that. So, because the... Oh, hey. Pirates. Because the wave beam is electric based, you can do a fully charged shot to something like the turrets there, and it has different effects when compared to the power beam, which is a really nice touch. I like it.
Defeat enemies to unlock doors.
Alright, here we go. So, a bunch of the pirates, I want this one, there we go. I need to get back used to changing the beams again. A bunch of the pirates definitely switch back to power beam. For example, one charge shot to take these guys out versus the two of the wave beam. That's a no-brainer. what is this door? Because this is not the way forward. Is this the map? It is. Nah, I don't care. I'm gonna go through most of these rooms anyway. And the pirate base here is not complicated. It's mostly a straight line. Okay, and whoosh. One thing I don't like about Prime is the beam-specific doors. I understand why they're there, and it's basically the same thing as the doors in Super Metroid. You had your standard blue, and then the red were missile doors that you had to hit with missiles to open. And then the green were super missile doors, which you had to hit with super missile to open. And it's like, okay, I get that. But the difference between Prime and Super is when you hit those doors in Super with a missile or super missile, they were open permanently. You didn't need to hit them with missiles again. You could just hit them with your beam and it was fine. The particular coloured doors in this, you need to keep hitting with the particular beam. This one? Cordite, right. Cordite requires super missiles to bust. It's like there, okay, I've shot that door with the beam, and I'd like it if that was now just a regular door. But it's not. And it's particularly irritating when you're rolling around with the morph ball, trying to just move quickly. Because the morph ball bomb will only open blue doors. So you try to move around quickly with the morph ball because it's fast and it's fun. And yeah, then you have to get out the morph ball because there's a purple door, or a white door, or a red door. And it's just it breaks the flow, honestly. Like I say, if it was just the first time, sure, but it's not. It's every time. I don't like that. Okay. I should probably put in the title that this is Prime Trilogy version. Yeah, maybe, yeah, people will figure it out. If people know, people will figure it out from the screen. You know what you're looking for, it is pretty obvious. It's the way the arm cannon keeps moving. Plus also the indicator for the visors and beams looks different. Okay, and another. And there we go. So this is a visual display of planets in the system, and there's specific log entries for relevant planets. Which the only two relevant planets there are there's Talon 4, which is the planet this game happens on, and
Recorded to logbook.
Zebes, which is where Super Metroid and the original Metroid take place. And this game is set after Metroid 1, but before Metroid 2. And Super, of course, is Metroid 3. So there's no other planets on there truly of relevant interest. Not for the logs, anyway. There's some stuff there for the lore. Just like general background information that's kind of interesting that doesn't really mean anything. Quite nice. Super Missile, which is going to become the boss weapon, pretty much. I'll be using this on bosses and any enemy that I don't like. And if I was going to say there was any one reason to really stock up on missile expansions in this game, it'd be for super missiles. Because the super missiles are great. So another case of knowing where one of the artifacts is but not able to get it yet. There's an artifact in this room, but you need the plasma beam to get it. Which is just kind of frustrating. One thing that's really cool about the super missiles is that they hone. So you've got enemies like the jet troopers that like to dodge, and the super missiles are like, nah, it doesn't matter. Okay. There you are. Okay. So yeah. But you know what, I'll show it off. We need to melt this ice to shoot that specifically. And doing that gets us an artifact. Can't do it until we get the plasma beam, which is just kind of irritating. Especially since you'd think shooting it with a missile would break the ice. Nope. Okay, so... Introduction to Metroid. Fun fact, you don't progress with the game until you scan this Metroid. And then it breaks out. So, if you know Metroid gameplay, you may be noticing we don't have the ice beam yet while we're facing the Metroids. And it's fine. The in-universe reasoning for that is Metroids native to Talon 4 are weaker than the ones native to SR388. The ones from SR388 require being frozen with the ice beam and then shot with 5 missiles. You know what, I just need the camera to be in a better position there. Okay. Try that again. I'm gonna want those missiles. Camera shift, not helpful. Anyway. And I think there's an energy tank down here. Yeah, there it is. Nice. I always appreciate that. Especially since it's a full heal. Did Metroid just break out behind me? Hmm. And here's my favourite room. I'm being sarcastic, it's really not. Which of these am I aiming for? There we go. What I could do with this being a new game plus save, so all the logs that I scanned in the previous playthrough have carried over, what I could do with is the stuff that I'm required to scan to continue the game, I could do with that not being labelled as though I've already scanned it. Because that's kind of a problem. So I have to try and pick out the faded red to see what I need to scan. That's not good. Okay. There we go. Try and pick out the faded red as opposed to the orange. Our first visor upgrade, the thermal visor. And now we'll see why I'm not overly fond of this area. Now that we've got the thermal visor, the entire place goes dark. So now we have to get through the rest of the place like this. And you know what? It's just not that fun. The visors are a cool thing. I hate using them. Scan visor? Sure. I hate using any of the others because it makes visibility more of a problem. But now we go back out the way we came because that door at the bottom is white, so it's sealed by ice. We need the ice beam to open it. And we've got a while before we get the ice beam yet. That is hidden deep within Chozo ruins. Also, I need to... Is there only one power socket I need to charge? Or 3 in this room, I forget. If a Metroid's asking you for a hug, it's a trap. Don't give Metroids a hug. This has been a public service announcement. Okay, there's the last one, and there's the socket I need to charge, which can only be seen with the thermal visor. So here's a fun fact about that. The sockets you need to charge... Stupid drones. Sockets you need to charge, even if you know the location, you can't shoot them unless you look at them with the thermal visor. Even if you shoot the right place, the game won't register it unless you've looked at them with a thermal visor. Yeah. And the pirate scanner drones, which lock the doors when they sense you. Which means go into a room with them, you have to deal with them. I forget, do these Metroids break out, or do I have to break them out? I'm going to assume like this that they have to break out. Hmm. So one good thing about the thermal visor is you've got the shadow pirates, which are the stealth ones that can go invisible. And the thermal visor is not affected by their cloak, their optic camouflage. You'll still see them, which is nice. In case you're wondering why we're still using the thermal visor, the entire base has actually gone dark. Which creates the implication that the entire base was being powered by the thermal visor. And that's weird. But with the thermal visor, I think the next location we're after is the Thardas fight. Hmm. Wait, what am I getting stuck on? I don't think there is any way to actually sneak past these drones. And they always appear in the rooms like this. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, there's no way to sneak past those drones. Which is just kind of tedious. You gonna break out? You better not. So you were made of cordite. Thank you. And there was one more right there. Nice twofer. This way? I think this is the last door. No, this is the last one, right. Save point on the left, which we'll do, and then we go right. I think that leads to Thardas. Okay. Games to remember why I don't really play Wii that much. Or at least Wii games that don't give you the option of... Wii games that don't give you the option of playing with a controller. Honestly, it's largely to do with the fact that the Wii remote is really uncomfortable. So yeah, even knowing that that was there, we couldn't have just gone and gotten the super missiles then come back. We would have had to get the thermal visor as well because it wouldn't have activated without us looking at it with the thermal visor. Alright. Thardas. Fun fact, if you manage to sequence break, which the sequence break I'm talking about is only doable on the original North American release, to get the plasma beam early, the artist is weak to the plasma beam. Which is cool, because you legitimately can't have the plasma beam this early. Oh wow, it's going to be way warmer tomorrow. Interesting. My fingers are really starting to cramp up. Because Wiimote's such a horrible controller, look at it. Reminds me of the phones they have in The Running Man. Okay, thank you. Okay, so... it says use Morphball Boost. The real trick here is to actually use Morphball Bombs. Oh, too late. Because what we have to do is expose that heated section. And there it is. And now we hit it with a super... okay. You roll towards me, you bitch. The arm is such an awkward part to aim at. Oh great, now I can't do super missiles anymore, you bastard. I hope you're happy. There you go. If you hit Thardus while he's rolling with the Morphball Bomb, it will immediately expose the Phazon core that we need to aim at. Which cuts out a bunch of tedium. Take care of this one, then it's not going to be anywhere near as much of a problem to get the others. There we go. And now he starts filling the arena with fog. Which is actually another play to get you to use the thermal visor again. But it's really not hard to keep them in your sights. And just keep doing what you've been doing. Your booty cheek. Yeah, the idea is like, oh yeah, no, I can still see him. But completely unnecessary. Just keep going like you've been going. Okay. You get it? Yes, we did. Awesome. Go again. There we go. Okay, he just clipped through that. And that started us. Not actually that difficult of a fight. Haven't gone up a little bit. That's probably better. Or I got down a little. Possibly both. Yeah, that's good. Alright. Now we get the spider ball. Which, if you're wearing the fusion suit, doesn't actually appear on the model. Okay. Rock and or roll. Okay. Is this where I want to go? Is that route? I feel like that other route is blocked off with a, an ice door at some point, though. Might as well take a look. Okay, another wave beam door. Where are you taking me? Magmore Caverns. That's the one that's the ice door. Alright. Where to next? Spider Ball, continue through Magmore Caverns. Does that take me deeper into the Chozo Ruins? I think it does. Save point? Yes. Okay, we go, hit the door, get around it. I could do with a missile refill. And more missiles. Okay, well, you guys have to die. And you? Awesome. Alright, which one of you is the first one? Nice, got them both. Okay, so all the doors are sealed. Where is the first part of that? Right, okay. One thing that is nice about the thermal visor is being able to see some stuff through walls, like the power conduits. Okay, and it cools the lava. How we get in there? Okay, and this cools other lava, and we get in there. This one's on a time limit. And this cools final lava, and we get in there and get our upgrade. Which I think is an energy tank. There it is. Five energy. Doing pretty good, doing pretty good. I would like more before we hit the phase on mines. Which is that direction, actually. We can't get in there yet. This route, I believe, is blocked by power bomb debris. Alright. Need power bomb before we can do anything with that. The way that... because this room... there we go. The ice beam door there, right at the top, leads to the room where you get the plasma beam. And the way that the developers in the later releases of Metroid Prime set it up so that you can't get the plasma beam early is they put power bomb debris in front of it, so you need the power bomb. Hey Magic, how you doing, buddy? Where am I? Yeah, with Spider Bomb I can do with Spider Ball I can do a bunch of stuff. Platform. Wait, no, there it is. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm glad you're doing okay. Yeah, I hit that. Okay, and... it's isn't one of those, is it? No. It's in an earlier room than the point I'm after. Yeah. Spider Ball. This gets even faster once we get the gravity suit and we're not slowed down by walking in there. With the Spider Ball, though, we can head back up to the room we fought Flagra in and get that artifact. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? What do I need to do? Where am I going? Chozo Ruins? Chozo Ruins, yeah. There was a few Spider Ball areas in there. Why do I feel completely lost in this point of the game? Hey, Sana. How you doing, buddy? Dead and hungry. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. We're just doing Metroid Prime. Trying to keep my fingers from cramping up around the Wiimote because it's a terrible controller. And I made the point earlier that it's horrible and it looks like the phones from the Running Man. Okay, let me check. That was a Spider Ball room, I'm pretty sure. A room that required Spider Ball. But if I wait until I have the gravity suit, I won't need to go back there. Because this room has an artifact. So we won't get that yet. Yes. Want that. This way? Let's go this way. The Wiimote is actually pretty good for this. The problem is the design of it is uncomfortable. It's not an ergonomic design. And so, like, after a couple of hours of playing it, fingers start to cramp up. I had this problem when I did that one stream I did of Resident Evil The Dark Side Chronicles, which was the second of 2 Resident Evil light gun games. And the game's got its problems, not going to disagree with that. But like, by the end of that stream, I was really not having fun. Partly because the design had gotten really bullshit and the bosses are fucking awful. But also because my hand was hurting. I went into that stream though, only intending to do one section of it. And I said as much when we started. Like, why did we start early that stream? Because we're only doing one session of this. I wanted to get as much of it done in one go as we could. Yeah, I think when we eventually do Prime 2, I'll just do that on the GameCube. Like I said, the main reason I'm doing this on the Wii version, is because... Where does this lead? At least somewhere I want to go, and then we just circle back, okay. The main reason we're doing this version is for the fusion suit. The fusion suit is unlockable once you finish the game on the Wii version. If you play the original GameCube version, the fusion suit requires you to finish the game and then connect to a copy of Metroid Fusion on Game Boy Advance. And I don't have the link cable anymore. I don't know what happened to it. Nice. I saw you've been doing reruns of your No Hope Handgun Only run recently. It was a good run. It was a good run, Magic. I look forward to seeing what craziness you have planned for RE5. Okay, grab this. Back through before the door closes. 50 missiles. 50 missiles. I'm gonna do a playthrough of RE6 on my own stream at some point. And my thought is that I would like to do each campaign with a different person. So I'll probably get Clem in for one of them, like I've done with all my other multiplayer stuff so far. But then see about getting other people in for the other campaigns. And an invite is open to you if you're interested, Magic. Although we're not going to be playing on No Hope. I do not have that kind of patience. All of them? Yes. Alright, now. Let's see. There it is. There's unmuted. Now it's unmuted. So now we're gonna get the introduction to my least favorite, and honestly, if you've played this, probably your least favorite as well, enemy in this game. It's not these things. These things are just pests. That's fair enough. I don't want to push you into anything, Magic. It's fair enough, though. Well, like you say, like, by the time I get to it, I'm in no hurry to get to RE6. Especially when we're doing the playthrough with Kat at the minute, and the playthrough of RE5. I'm probably going to give our Resident Evil a bit of a rest after that for co-op. So these are Chozo ghosts, and they are fucking awful. They disappear whenever they dash, and they dash after they throw an attack. If the attack hits you, it will stun your visor, which is irritating. These things become a lot more bearable to fight when you get the X-ray visor, so you can keep tracking them even when they go invisible. We're not going to get the X-ray visor until after we've fought these things like 8 more times. Awful, I hate them. You also can't use missiles on them. I don't think you can use the super missiles on them either. And that's what it looks like when they hit you. So you immediately lose whatever charge you had. Oh no, you can hit them with the super missiles. There you go. I don't know why that didn't work the first time. Anyway, let's grab this. Anyway, let's go around and try that again. There we go. That is 2. You gotta keep up with it however you can. Keep going, just however you can. Here? Yes. Back to the furnace. Everybody's got the coping mechanisms. As long as you can keep moving forward, Magic, that's what really matters. But hell, I've definitely felt it before myself. I'm doing better at the minute, which is good. But there have been points where I've just really been like, I don't want to stream. Not happening. Hey, Lindenix. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, Metroid Prime on the Wii. Like one of the only games worth playing on the Wii. I need to get around to doing Skyward Sword. I don't want to. Alright, you know what? We're gonna quit this now. And switch back to the fusion suit. That is fair enough, and I appreciate you stopping in, buddy. Very much appreciate that you take the time. Alright, so let's get back into it with the fusion suit. In case you're wondering, that's not my me. That is just a generic me. My me doesn't look so happy. I've had people comment on that when I play Mario Kart with them on Switch. And my me's just like... Anyway, back at it with the fusion suit. I think we played with the various suit long enough. Like I say, the main reason I'm doing this on Wii is the fusion suit. Yeah, it's irritating that Nintendo hasn't re-released this. I was really hoping that the rumors... It wasn't last year, it was the year before. Rumors a couple of years ago of Metroid Prime Trilogy on Switch. I was really hoping they'd turn out to be true. But here we are a couple of years later and there's been nothing. Well, I'm playing this on Wii U right now. Which, you know, is good. But how many people even had a Wii U at the height of its popularity, let alone now? To be able to play this. Yeah. Well, that's the thing with Nintendo, isn't it? Like, re-release almost any one of their games, easy money. And they just don't. I'd love a Chibi Robot remaster. They're not doing it. There we go. Ah, you love your Monster Hunter. Well, one of the big problems with the Switch at the minute, and you know, not necessarily with the Switch, but just with Nintendo, has been them remastering a bunch of Wii U games and putting them out for full price. Which is especially annoying because at the end of the Wii U's lifespan, those games didn't retail for full price even on Nintendo's digital store. Alright, I want to head to the furnace. Magic, do you have a Switch? Because if not, I imagine you're probably going to pick one up for Monster Hunter Rise. God damn it. Get out of there. But yeah, Prime Trilogy re-release. Easy money. Hell, just some sort of way to play GameCube stuff on the, on the Switch. GameCube, super underrated console. Had so much worth picking up. Sandstone, alright. Alright, thanks for popping in, Lindenix. You take care of yourself, buddy. And I hope whatever you're up for tomorrow at 5 AM, presumably work, goes pretty well. You bought a Switch for Monster Hunter Ultimate. Wasn't where Ultimate was on Switch? I thought it was just Monster Hunter Generations was on Switch. Hmm. Oh, there, whoa. There we go. Alright, Magnet. So much simpler with Jump Ball. Alright. Where am I going? Thank you, I was already on the way there. No, you meant Generations, yeah. Yeah, that's it. Generations on Switch was a port from 3DS. I don't really have a good reason why I bought a Switch. I mean, I'm glad I did, and I've got a lot of stuff that I've played for it, and a lot of stuff I enjoy for it. Astral Chain was fantastic. Getting a bunch of classic games in a portable fashion is pretty cool. Like, you know, one day I'll play Final Fantasy XII on there. Smash Ultimate is really good. It's a shame about the online. It's a shame about the online. But I don't think there was a specific reason why I bought a Switch beyond just an impulse buy at the time. Which was particularly weird because my stance is usually like, don't buy a system within its first year of launch. And then I bought the Switch in its first year. Really? I would have thought, like, the big sell of Monster Hunter World would be that it was the biggest. I would have thought that would be no real contest. At some point, I really should properly try and get into Monster Hunter World. I don't even have to worry about the multiplayer part of it. I've got people who've offered to play it with me. Which is, like, God damn it. The multiplayer concern was... fucking kidding me. Multiplayer part has been part of the reason why I never got into any of the previous Monster Hunter games. Lino, my boy! How you doing, buddy? That is weird. I really would have expected that Monster Hunter World would just be the biggest of them. Like, biggest in every way. You doing okay? I'm doing okay. I'm glad to see you're doing okay, Lena. How's Majora's Mask going? Is that all this was? That wasn't actually progress? I'm sure one of these leads forward. Hmm. I press that for Leno's raid. If Twitch isn't going to register properly that you've raided me, I'm going to make it do it myself. I appreciate the raid. Really appreciate the raid, Lena. Yeah, Majora's Mask is kind of hard to get into, honestly. And it's pretty standoffish. Oh no. God damn it. This is Metroid Prime, which was released on the GameCube. We're playing it on the Wii right now. Which I'm probably going to have to stop within the next hour and a half or so, because you don't play the Wii for extended time periods because it starts to give you hand cramps. Yeah. I'm probably due a replay of Majora's Mask myself, though. Question is, am I gonna do it on stream or not? Replayed Ocarina of Time on stream. I recommend Metroid Prime. It's got problems, but it's overall a very enjoyable game. The big issue with it, and like we've said this a couple of times over the course of today's stream, there's just not a way to get it on a modern system because Nintendo are being dicks. And you can't just get it for Switch. But then the same's true of like a lot of the N64 stuff as well. And there's also the case that was proven with the Wii U. Even when you do have a legal method of purchasing some of these old games. Is that good? That's good. On a modern system, a lot of the time the emulation just isn't that great. The NES and the N64 emulation on the Wii U Virtual Console was pretty crap. Alright, let's get that ice beam. Thank you. There it is. See, now this is probably my favourite beam. Very much the shotgun of Metroid. Alright, hopefully we'll still be here when you get back, Lena. But if not, have yourself a good summer day, buddy. Where does this go? That's an elevator. Allen Overworld South. I don't want to go there yet. I feel like I need something else. Last time I did this, I went there too early, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. 'Cause that'll lead me to the wrecked frigate. And I need the gravity suit. That was it. I tried getting through there without the gravity suit once. And there's just a point you hit where you can't do it. So I think we just need to head back to Fendrana Drifts and get the gravity suit. Okay. Home. Wait, no, this is the frigate. So the other one would... that be where near where the X-ray visor is? If I remember rightly, I can't get that yet. I need the gravity suit. This part of the game's starting to elude me. Yeah, now it is going to be a different temperature tomorrow. Thank you. Alright, so let's go to the other area. Yes. I do really like the shotgun style of the ice beam. Just damage-wise, it has a bunch of punch to it. Fire's a little slower, but is pretty good. Fun fact, when you're in the Phazon suit, Samus actually has a less stern expression on her face than she does in the normal suit. Alright, there we go. There you are, which means bam. Why isn't that exploding? Okay, who else? Yeah. Okay. What am I missing? Sure, I'm missing something. Ice beam. Power bombs. Right. And I can't get down because the other side of that comes from somewhere else. Alright. Pretty sneaky of the game to throw these two new paths at you at that point, when neither of them do you any good yet. Anyway. So what we need to do is head back to Fendrana Drifts for the gravity suit. Then we can hit the frigate, which will lead us to the Phazon mines, where we get the power bombs, and the gravity beam. There we go. Power bombs and the gravity beam, and that will let us go through pretty much the rest of the world, pretty much. Damn it. Yeah, we get the gravity suit, laser mines. Power bombs, grapple beam, grab the plasma beam from the Magmore caverns after that. And then we head everywhere. And X-ray visor, and at that point the game points us back to the phasor mines, and then we're in endgame. I'm doing this a lot faster than I expected. I mean, it's not speedrun pace, but it's faster than I expected. I feel like there's gotta be something I'm forgetting though. Gotta be, it can't be that quick. That'd suggest maybe 5 hours. Let me see. You lead back here. You lead back there, so neither of these really matter. And that is the missile recharge station, which, you know what? I think I'll take advantage of. Like one of the only missile recharge stations in the game. I think in the entire game there's like 3 of these. So, head this way to make sure there isn't anything I need to grab over here now that I've got the ice beam. I think there is. I'm pretty sure nothing's changed. Okay, and since we went into that room, the Chozo ghosts have probably respawned, so I want to be able to move through this room quickly. Go. Pro tip, if you don't have to fight the Chozo ghosts, don't. They're not worth it. So, I'm thinking about it, and the fastest way back to Phendrana Drifts would have been through Talon Overworld. But going that way would have meant we didn't get this energy tank yet. Although we would have gotten it later because we had to go back to that room for an artifact after we get the plasma beam. Would have gotten it then. I feel like I'm missing something. Can't think what it is. But on the plus side, I just remembered exactly where I need to go for the gravity suit. That's nice. That's a positive. Okay. Yeah, no, the best way to do this is to go back through Talon Overworld. I'll get that missile expansion pack later. Not the one we saw, we can't get that until we get the gravity beam. There's another one in the tree trunk to the left of that. To the left of us as we saw it. That I could get now, but we'll get it later when we get that other one. The more missiles we have, the less painful any boss fight is, because we can just spam super missiles. Okay, so we just climb up here, and this leads us to Fendrana Drift. Pretty sure it does. Yeah, and we head down. So, fun fact, Prime Trilogy adds a couple of things to the interface. Like those 4 lights on the top of the hood in the center actually represent the battery of the Wii remote. That's kind of nice. You know, is that a line from Other M? Wait a minute, if this doesn't lead me back to Fendrana Drift... This leads me close to the elevator that leads me to Fendrana Drift, which is here. So I need to take this door here. No, it's fine, Lino. It is a quote from Other M. Nah, it's fine. It's fine, Lena. I don't really have a problem with quotes from anything. Although knowing it's a quote from Other M means that I know to do it in my most monotone voice. Oh, no. Yeah, no, it's, is that from Other M? Do-do. Do 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 bada boom. Do 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 do. Boom boom boom. Bada bada meow 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 meow. I'll do it when I get to the next elevator. The best thing about having more energy tanks isn't even for the boss fights, it's just that you can tank more damage and you can just ignore more like this. Like, oh no, 3 jet troops. Yeah. I don't even have to worry about them. Right. Okay, if this was a save point, hit the save point. You see, the RE1 voice actors had an advantage against me there, in that those were multiple takes. In a lot of cases, the RE1 voice actor lines were multiple takes that were edited together. My past is not a memory. It's a force at my back. It pushes and steers. I may not always like where it leads me, but like any story, the past needs a resolution. What's past is prologue. Was that sufficiently monotone? Fun fact, the voice direction for Other End shares one of the problems with the voice direction for original Resident Evil, in that it was directed by a Japanese voice director who didn't understand English. Oh, I wouldn't want that. Yeah, it was directed by Yoshio Sakamoto. The voice direction was directed by Yoshio Sakamoto, one of the co-creators of Metroid. Except he doesn't speak English. So you've got an English voice actress playing Samus Aran. The first time she's officially been voiced in English. Oh, the first time she's really officially been voiced in a game. And the person directing her, who has final say on how all of it goes, can't understand the things she's saying. Ah, crap, Hunter Metroid. I forgot about this thing here. Fun fact, that Hunter Metroid doesn't appear there in the European GameCube version. But yeah, if you ever come across a Japanese game that has weird English voice acting, chances are the voice direction was done by a Japanese person who didn't speak English. It's one of many problems with the voice acting in the original Resident Evil. The actors were not actors, they were just Americans living in Japan at the time. So already you've got an issue. But that could have been better. That could have turned out better. Look at Silent Hill 2. Like, Guy Seehee, the guy who voices James Sunderland in Silent Hill 2, was not a voice actor, he was a guy living in Japan, who was really only there to drop his daughter off for an audition for Laura. So yeah, Guy Seehee turned out pretty well, but the voice direction in Silent Hill 2 was also very meticulous, along with almost everything to do with Silent Hill 2. Which is one of the problems the HD collection has. The voice direction was done very closely in relation to the creation of the actual game for the original voice acting. It was intended to be wrong, it was intended to be off. It's not that it's bad, it was intended to be weird. And to not feel or sound like voice acting. Which is a big part of the problem the HD collection has. But yeah, the voice actors for Resident Evil 1 were just Americans who spoke English, who were living in Japan at the time. The voice direction, like, that's strike one. It's not necessarily a big problem, but that's strike one. The voice direction was handled by a Japanese person who didn't speak English. That's strike two. Strike three Like, both of those first two strikes I've seen happen on other games prior to that, after that. Like Dissidia Final Fantasy on PSP was directed by... The voice direction was done by a Japanese person who didn't speak English, which was part of the problem with Kuja's voice acting. The Japanese direction was basically sound airier. Like, make your voice more airy, sound more like the Japanese voice actor. And that was kind of the only direction the Kuja voice actor was given. But the third strike against Resident Evil's voice acting is that the Japanese editors who didn't speak English also edited different takes together into what they thought sounded cool. Gravity suit. And I've never heard of that happening before or since. It's most obvious with Wesker's line, "Stop it, don't open that door." There we go, now we can move. Like, within the single sentence, "Don't open that door," you can hear that it goes through at least 2 takes that were edited together. Like, once you know it, you can hear it. See, Jill's sandwich isn't even... I wouldn't call that an example of the worst of it. It's not a good line, it's cheesily delivered, but it sounds like a single line. Whereas if you pay more attention to some of the other stuff... Plus, in a lot of the lines, the way that the characters sound so disconnected from each other is very apparent. A lot of the lines feel like they don't actually relate to each other. Or like they were just pulled from samples to make them fit. See, I always think Chris is underrated in RE1. There's a lot of people don't play him. Gibble Sandwich. A lot of people don't play Chris because of the inventory issue, but like, Chris has a lot of great lines in his playthrough. I love Chris's voice acting in RE1. I like Chris's voice acting more than I like Barry's in RE1, honestly. Alright, we got the gravity suit, we're heading to the wrecked frigate. Where am I going? There we are. But yeah, like, listen to the dialogue sequence when Barry gives Jill the acid rounds in the original. And it's like, "Here, Jill, have this." "What is it?" "It's a weapon. It's really powerful, especially against living things." "But what about you, Barry?" "Don't worry about me. I have this." "Thanks. I'll take this then." Oh, that is where I wanted to go. It's like all the individual lines of that dialogue sound so disconnected from what the other person is saying. It's still kind of surprised. Do I need to go? Yeah, I need to go further up. It's still kind of surprising how uncommon of a thing it is in voice acting to have the actors together to bounce off each other. Because it pretty much always results in a superior performance from both sides. And it's weird, like, they just don't really do that. Can't get that until we get the plasma beam, so that's nice. Not nice, I'm being sarcastic. It wouldn't surprise me. Like, the voice acting, people are always like, oh, the voice acting's terrible. There's a lot more going on there than a lot of people realise. It's like, why is the voice acting terrible? And the answer is a little more than just they weren't voice actors. Because like I say, Silent Hill 2, Guy Seehey was not a voice actor. The guy who played James Sunderland. And people will say, like, James Sunderland and the voice acting in Silent Hill 2 in general is bad. I would disagree. Definitely a B in the way Barry says chill sandwich. That was too close. You were almost a chilled sandwich. Yeah, I wouldn't say Silent Hill 2 has bad voice acting. Which leads to a question of, like, what's the difference between Silent Hill 2 and Resident Evil? As far as, like, the voice acting goes. And it does become a question. And I think the best way to put it is, does Silent Hill 2... does the voice acting distract from the game? And in Resident Evil, the answer is yes. In Silent Hill 2, I don't think it does. Especially because you are supposed to find a lot of these characters off in some way. Yeah. It's like, I think Angela in Silent Hill 2 is one of the best examples. It's like, take Silent Hill 2... take Silent Hill 2 versus the HD collection. Yeah. Like, Resident Evil is supposed to be a serious game. Which, like, people will say, no, Resident Evil is supposed to be cheesy, it's supposed to be a B-movie kind of thing. It's not. Resident Evil is supposed to be serious. That becomes more and more obvious with each game. Especially with how seriously 5 and 6 take themselves. But, like, take Angela. Back to the Chozo Ruins. Angela in the original versus Angela versus Angela in the original versus Angela in the HD collection. And bear in mind, the HD collection, she's voiced by Laura Bailey. And Laura Bailey's a fantastic voice actress and does really well. In the original, Angela comes across, originally when you first see her, she comes across as kind of absent-minded and a little bit maybe quirky. There's not really any real hint that Angela is really wrong when you first meet her in the graveyard. Just like a little weird. Okay, it's fair enough. People can be kind of quirky, and she seems maybe a little preoccupied. It's reasonable. I've heard weirder stuff. When you meet her again in the apartments, everything's different. She's wrong, and it really comes across. Honestly, the hate any actor gets for any role like that is stupid. Unless the actor themselves is specifically to blame, an actor getting hate for a specific role is stupid. Like, Jack Gleeson got a lot of hate because he played Joffrey in Game of Thrones, and people can't understand that that's not who he is. That was a role he played. But anyway, like Angela, when you meet her in the apartments, I'm gonna cycle this back into answer your question with Laura Bailey Ninja, so don't worry. You meet Angela in the apartments, and everything's off. She's playing with a knife. And the things she's saying are weird, the way she's saying them is weird. And while she's holding the knife, you kind of get a feeling of like, is she gonna hurt herself or me? What's going on with this character? Yeah, I need to go this way. In the HD collection, where she's played by Laura Bailey, she comes across as seductive, which is not right. That's not what Angela's supposed to be. Yeah, pretty much. A lot of the stuff the HD collection does is really weird, especially in regards to the voice acting in particular. At some point, I'd be kind of interested in going through the HD collection just to look at the new voices, and like, none of them really work the way the originals do. None of them really work right. And like these are actually talented voice actors who should be able to do it. And honestly, chances are the direction was terrible. It's not just voice acting. That's the thing, and it's the thing with acting as well. A lot of people will point at acting and say that's bad acting. And you'd be surprised how much of the time it's not because of acting, it's because of direction. Like, the voice direction has been bad. Or just the actual direction. Yeah, Nolan North gets a lot of flack for just doing that one voice, but he does have a good amount of vocal range. But yeah, like, none of the professional voice actors really fit for Silent Hill 2, and the performances don't really convey what they're supposed to. Troy Baker does have range. He's usually just gruff man now, which, Like, Troy Baker is James Sunderland? No. Mary Elizabeth McGlynn is Mary and Maria? No. Laura Bailey as Angela? No. Liam O'Brien as Eddie? No. None of them really work. And it also doesn't help that they're also doing what feels like anime voice acting. And if you don't understand what I mean by that, it's basically a case of there is no dead air. Like, all the exclamations and the all of the exclamations and shit, there's no dead air. Nobody ever shuts up. If they're not doing any kind of exclamations, they're breathing too loudly, and it just does not work. Anyone else? Nope, good. How much of that was I muted for? Yeah, it doesn't work. And so you've got a case of talented voice actors who just aren't right for the role. And are playing the role wrong. And there's weird things with it as well. You got stuff like Tom Hewlett, the producer, is all like, I'm the biggest Silent Hill fan. Which, fun fact, he said, literally, I'm the biggest Silent Hill fan. That's not hyperbole. I am literally the biggest Silent Hill fan. Like that, those were his words. And yet, for some reason, when Konami was like, yeah, no, let's remaster Silent Hill 2, Tom Hewlett decided to put together a new script. He wanted to redo all the dialogue. New cast, new script, redo everything. And it's a case of like, why? If you're such a big fan, why? Why put your stamp on this when your stamp is inevitably not going to be as good? And even if it was, you are changing the core of what you claim to love. Which, in some cases, isn't necessarily that bad. But with something like Silent Hill 2, specifically, it has to be what it is. Not because Silent Hill 2 is some holy grail of anything, but because Silent Hill 2 only works in as many pieces as it does because of how it's put together. And so we go back to Laura Bailey with the Silent Hill HD collection. Well, that'd be the thing. If you talk about remastering the original RE2, what you would aim to do would be to take the original game and just make it playable for a modern audience. Which is what Silent Hill 2 HD should have been. And it wasn't. Even taking aside all the problems it had, like frame rate and hissing effects and the fact that it was built on unfinished code. Fundamentally, they wanted to change what Silent Hill 2 was. Which isn't what a remaster should be doing. But yeah, going back to the Laura Bailey thing. In Silent Hill 2, Angela is voiced by Donna Burke. Yeah, because we know what better looks like, which... when has that ever worked out? You name me anything where somebody has gone, yeah, we can do that better than the original creators did, and like that's actually worked out. Give me any example. But in Silent Hill 2, Angela is voiced by Donna Burke. And I think she does pretty well. In Silent Hill 3, Claudia is voiced by Donna Burke. I'm not entirely sure what the reasoning for that is. Whether Konami liked her enough to bring her back, whether she passed an audition or anything, I'm not entirely sure. But in the spirit of staying true, in big quotation marks, which I can't do because my hands are full with this, in the spirit of staying true to the original game, and again, missing the point, they decided that Angela and Claudia having the same voice actress was important. So Laura Bailey also voices Claudia. For some reason. And she's a better fit for that than she is for Angela. Fucking hate the thermal visor, I can't see shit. She sounds less seductive. Like I say, she's a better fit for Claudia, if only because she's not doing the standard I'm Laura Bailey seductive voice. Oh, fucking damn it. But she also still doesn't bring across the right... Am I blurry? No, I think I'm fine. She also doesn't bring across the right tone, again. Again, something that works in the original. That Donna Berg... Thank you, Ninja. That Donna Berg really worked on, really succeeded with. Okay, one of these is breakable. Like, with Angela in Silent Hill 2, she really succeeds at the sense of wrongness, and then when you figure out what's wrong, and you piece all of it together, it works, and you understand what's going on, and the performance falls into place. Before that, it's weird, and should put you on edge, because it's wrong somehow. With Claudia, Donna Burke's performance is reverent, fanatical. There we go. It really comes across as she believes what she believes, and desperately believes it. She needs to believe it. Nothing else matches up to what she needs to believe. And Laura Bailey's performance is mostly just kind of breathless. And like I say, it's a shame, because like talented voice actors, I don't want to say they're giving him bad performances. I feel like the direction was just bad. But to tie that back into the original point of Resident Evil, like, the original Resident Evil has that as one of its problems for its voice acting, the direction. And I think direction can make all the difference. And Silent Hill 2 and 3 is one of the best examples of that. You go from way less experienced actors, and in some cases people who weren't actors, with fantastic direction in so many ways, giving off honestly totally believable performances that some people say is bad. But I feel like these people are too caught up in the modern standard of what voice acting is and can't accept anything else, which is in itself a problem. And then you've got the professional voice actors who have weaker direction and as a result just don't work. They don't come across well, they don't fit the roles they've been given. Yeah, there's two of them. And I think direction is one of the more important things about it. And Resident Evil 1 could have had better voice acting, even with its cast of not voice actors, if there had been better direction. I think the script would have still been garbage. But I think the performances would have been better. No. The actors always have to bear some of the blame for their own performances, because it's their performance. But in a lot of cases, and like I say, I've never heard of this in any other case, with them splicing lines together to make what they thought were cooler takes. You can't blame a voice actor for that. It's essentially the same thing as, there's a Simpsons episode where Lisa is trying to convince people that Malibu Stacy is a bad role model. Metroid Prime is a fantastic soundtrack. Really does. There's a Simpsons episode where Lisa is trying to convince people that Malibu Stacy is a bad role model. And at one point she's trying to get in contact with Malibu Stacy's original creator. And to find the original creator, she works with the biggest Malibu Stacy fan, who is Waylon Smithers. And they go to Smithers' computer to try and find some information on the creator of Malibu Stacy, who is a notorious recluse. And they start Smithers' computer up, and it starts up with a picture of Mr. Burns saying, "Smithers, you're quite good at turning me on." Which is very clearly taken from like a bunch of different lines. A bunch of different things that Burns has said. And I feel like the case is basically the same as that. Can you blame Burns for that? And the answer is no. And so in the same way, you can't blame the voice actors for how the lines turned out when different takes were spliced together like that. You probably didn't know where I was going with the Simpsons bit, but I tied it back in very, very expertly. Which was my intention the entire time. The hardest part of that was thinking, like, what the circumstances of seeing that was. I've watched a lot of Simpsons episodes over the years, and there's so much I remember from The Simpsons. A lot of it is difficult to tie to other events of The Simpsons. Welcome to the phase on mines. Probably the hardest thing in the game. After we're done with this room. Anyway. Yeah, like there's a load of Simpsons stuff. Like trying to figure out what events it ties to. As I've said before, there's only one Halloween episode of The Simpsons I can tie together. I'd say about 60%. Say about 60%. We go through the phase-on mines, and then we've got a bunch of cleanup to do. And then we come back to the phase-on mines to finish stuff. Because we need a specific item. Metroid Prime is not a long game if you know what you're doing. And if you're not bothered about 100%. Which I'm not. Yeah, I've said like there's only one Simpsons Halloween episode I can put together with all 3 segments correctly. I remember plenty of the segments, I forget what other segments a lot of them go with. But the Shining parody, the Shinning, the one where Homer makes the toaster into a time machine, and the one where the teachers at the school start eating the kids. Those 3 I know are all in the same episode. And I know that specifically because they have a running gag of Willie getting hit in the back with an axe as he's about to save the day. But yeah, what we're going to do now is we go into the phase on mines, and we are after specifically one thing. We're after the power bombs. We grab the power bombs, and on the way out we'll get the grapple beam, and then we go for the plasma beam. And I'm also going to try and grab as many artifacts as I can while we do that. And then we come back to the phase-on mines to get the phase-on suit. Oh, and we also need to grab the X-ray visor after we get the power bombs. Prime 2 would take me longer, for several reasons. But if you know what you're doing Prime 2 would be a little longer than this, but not a huge amount. Okay. So, this is now a gauntlet. There's no save point now until after we get the power bombs. And we're also going to get introduced to some really irritating enemies here. Not those guys don't matter. I love the ice beam, it's fantastic. Is it this room or the next room? Here it is. Wave Troopers. This is a new class of space pirates that have repurposed Samus's weapons So these guys shoot me with wave beam. Not a big deal. The big deal of them is that you can only hit them with the particular weapon they've reverse engineered. Which is particularly irritating for these guys because the wave beam is the weakest beam. It does the least damage, and in any other situation you want to use any other beam. But with these guys you cannot, because the wave beam is the only thing that damages them. Ice beam. Gentlemen. Yeah, generally, if you know what you're doing, very few Metroid games are really that long. It's a big part of the reason why they are so well loved for speedrunning. Which of these terminals? There it is. And it creates the awkward thing, like, Metroid is a series well loved for the speedrunning potential, but the developers seem to hate that. Like, with the original release of Prime in North America, there was the scan jump skip you could do to get the space jump way early. And the developers became aware of that. Before they released any other version. So every other version has that glitch specifically taken out. It doesn't break the game, it just means you can get the space jump boots early. But they specifically took it out. Pretty much, yeah. Please stop figuring out these glitches that are actually kind of fun in our game. Oh, there's the power beam troopers. These guys not really so bad because a super missile will do it. It's like with Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild had a few fun glitches discovered at one point. Like the one where if you put a metal crate into a minecart, you can use the magnet ability on the minecart, and the game has a thing where that's not the one. That one. The game has a thing where you can't use magnet on something you're standing on, because if you could basically just lift it anywhere and go anywhere. And you could use that to break the game. But people found that if you put a metal crate in a minecart... There it is. Put a metal crate in a minecart, jump on the metal crate, and then use the magnet on the minecart, it would work. You could lift it, and you could lift it forever. And people had fun with that, and then Nintendo patched it out. On the opposite side, there was a glitch discovered in Arkham City. There we go. There was a glitch discovered in Arkham City, where if you are crouched on a ledge or on a fence or something, and you do the quick fire for the freeze grenades, it will push you forward a little bit for some reason. And it turns out if you keep mashing it, if you keep mashing the quick fire, there we go, on a ledge until you hit the edge of the ledge, because it keeps moving you forward. When you hit the edge of the ledge, it will start raising your character. It will start raising Batman up. Yeah, it'll start raising Batman up. And if you can keep mashing the quickfire, which is a double tap of the right trigger, just keep mashing that until Batman gets high enough, then you can stop and essentially fly over. You can glide over the walls of Arkham City and get out of bounds. And people did that and discovered that a lot of the city outside the wall, way more than you'd think, and way more than is necessary, is coded in the game. It has no collision detection, so you'll just glide right through all of it, but there's way more there than you'd think, and it needs to be. And where this becomes a case of, like, opposite to, like, Breath of the Wild, is that glitch is still there in the Game of the Year edition. That glitch is still there in the HD, in the, I hate when they call remasters, or whatever they want to call them, of HD games, HD remasters. Because the games were already in HD. But if you do it on Return to Arkham City, it's still there. And I feel like it's not a case of, like, Bethesda, where glitches you can find in the original release of Skyrim are still in, like, Skyrim on Switch and Skyrim VR. I don't think it's like that. I think it's a case of, like, they decided to just leave it in because it was cool. It was cool, it couldn't break the game. It was a lot of fun to see. And it wasn't something you could do accidentally. You know, like 90% of Skyrim's bugs. It's cool stuff. It is cool stuff. Okay, we're down 2 health tanks. We still have a good amount of this to go as well. And the introduction to the elite pirates. Yeah, where the damaged knife does is tied to the frame rate, which is weird. But it doesn't break the game, so like, why remove it? And it's a weird thing with it's a weird thing with Nintendo to do it in something like Breath of the Wild. When you look at Ocarina of 3D on 3DS, and a big part of the focus on that when remaking it was, if a glitch or bug doesn't break the game, keep it in for authenticity. And it's like, you know what? That is cool. That is a cool idea. And it's weird that Nintendo did that. Or Grezzo did it and Nintendo approved it. Which also leads to the question of... It also leads to the question of... oh hey, Ice Troopers. These are my favourite to fight because it's just a case of... There you go, 2 charge shots. I'm doing the missiles like they're any other enemy, but missiles don't work even when they're frozen. But yeah, like, Nintendo doing that with Ocarina 3D really makes you think about, like, what was the issue with Majora's Mask 3D then? Where they decided to specifically change a bunch of stuff. And let's be fair, in almost every case it was for the worse. There we go. Are we almost done with the gauntlet? Because I have got way more health left than I expected to have at this point. No, we still got a bunch more. I'm thinking we're further than we are. So yeah, we're probably going to burn through more health. Ah shit, I don't have the Wave Buster. Should have grabbed that before I came down here. I specifically didn't grab it when we first had the chance because if you wait, that room also leads to an artifact, and I wanted to wait till I had the gravity suit for it. But we walked right past the room that would lead to it. God damn it! That's gonna make this fucking the end of this way harder than it needs to be. And by hard, I mean more bullshit. This is the end. So there's one last challenge here, and it is this. It's an invisible drone. You can't lock onto it, you can't scan it. Best way to deal with it is to target it and do the Wave Buster. I want to make a point, this whole thing does come across as incredibly easy. On the Prime Trilogy version, normal mode is actually easier than Prime is on GameCube. If you want to play the original Prime difficulty, you play Veteran mode. But I didn't feel like doing that with the motion controls. So at some point I'm going to come back to this on the GameCube with the GameCube controller. Yes, except HD Remaster just adds an easier difficulty and tells you that it's easier. This doesn't. Normal mode, like the mode we're playing on now is normal, and that is a new mode that is easier. Whereas Veteran is the original difficulty. No, I didn't. Remake Remaster have the thing of, it still had hike and mountain climb, but also now had walk. which was, like, easy. Like, weren't the other two difficulties still the same? But yeah, like, you get through that entire gauntlet, and here's the save point, finally. It did. Alright. So yeah, definitely harder on Prime on GameCube. Really? I was not aware the difficulty overall was lowered. So, fun fact, we can continue now through there, which requires power bombs to break. There is no point because we'll hit a dead end. Because we need the X-ray visor to get to the end of the phase-on mines. And to get the X-ray visor, we needed the power bombs. Yeah, I was not aware that they rebalanced the difficulty like that. I guess it makes sense to some degree. Because, let's be fair, GameCube Normal was pretty difficult. I remember the first time I played Remake, and, like, it was surprising. Playing it on Normal, it was surprising how many bullets it took to put a zombie down, for fuck's sake. Again, what is the problem with this? Anyway. Oh, don't start, Teak. Don't you start. How you doing, Teak? You streaming tonight, Teak? Divisible by itself and one. There's a good joke there, Star. How you doing, Star? Hopefully, yeah. I would raid you when you go live, but I did already promise Phazon I would raid her. And she is probably going to still be live by the time I'm done. Yeah, Tuesday when I was doing Final Fantasy 13, I would have gone longer if Teak was going live, because I like to raid Teak. Take my RPGs into his turn-based Tuesdays. I feel like it works. But you gotta put yourself first with these things.
Doors unlocked.
That sounds like shit, Teague. Yeah, now that we went all the way down into the Phazon mines to get the power bombs, we now leave the Phazon mines to go and get other stuff to come back into the Phazon mines. Specifically, we're going to get the plasma beam, but we also need the X-ray visor. No, we're specifically going to get the X-ray visor, but we need the plasma beam. Yeah, it's backtracking. The kind of backtracking I'm not overly fond of. Because I'd like it if that was avoidable. Like, if you knew where to go, you could be like, nah. And have what you need by the time you get here. Just like the power bombs would make it easier, maybe, but no, you need the power bombs. One of those situations. Where the fuck am I? No, I don't want to be here yet. Honestly, it's a good thing I played this game last year. Because otherwise I'd be going through a bunch of areas that would just make things take longer. This door? No, it's over here. Why would that make anyone feel better, Ninja? It depends on the game for me. It helps that I have done Prime before the last time I did it. Like, this isn't my second playthrough. It's not my second, it's not my third. I've done it before, and I remember specific things from my specifically last playthrough that'll make this a little easier to do. Yeah, but what if Ninja, now that you've said that, his washer dryer breaks? Exactly, and it was a completely avoidable situation, Ninja. You know, speaking of you on Twitch, Ninja, when are you streaming again? No idea. Yeah, we gotta make sure we... Oh, God, I don't have any fucking power bombs now. I hope this stays like this. That's not even a place with enemies. You know what you should go for, Ninja? Max Payne. Because I can't stream it right now. I could, but I've got like so many other games going on. Drop a power bomb. We have to do that fucking sequence again because this game is refusal to drop power bombs. Like I say, Max Payne. You never played it before, you're interested in it. It works on Steam and it's pretty cheap. Should be pretty cheap. There we go, a goddamn power bomb. 2 power bombs. Yeah, but it's not as cool as Max Power. That is still all in position, good. Yeah, where it's like A-Wake. Mr. A-Wake. Yeah. There we go, the grapple beam, which we have to grab before we leave. Look, there are characters in Max Payne that do make the joke. Alcohol. There are people in Max Payne who do make the joke about the name. The twins? A couple of characters who are like, yeah, pain in the butt. Yeah, pain to the max. And it's like good work, boys. Did you think about that? Did you think that up all by yourself? You immediately kill them after that, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, Max Payne's good. I do want to do Max Payne, but like, we've got so much on the plate at the minute. Well, to be fair, they tried to kill you. There's so much going on at the minute. If we didn't have those playthroughs redeemed, I probably would have done it on Saturday. Made it a Saturday game. Yeah. Bane redeemed Skies of Arcadia. Klim redeemed Final Fantasy VII. Chansem redeemed Nocturne. We hit 150 followers, so we have to do Final Fantasy 13. I say, look, you were interested in Max Payne anyway. Why don't you give it a try? Yeah, let's go get that X-ray visor. That'll make dealing with the Chozo ghosts way better. Still terrible enemies, but we'll be able to deal with them better. And I haven't gotten another power bomb since I got that bunch of power bombs. This game is way too stingy with power bombs. Yeah, 3 is weirdly separate, but I wasn't overly into 3, so I can't really recommend it. Yeah, a lot of the other Metroid games are better with giving you power bombs. Yeah, maybe wait for a sale then, Ninja? Yeah. It's a shame. Chances are they may have been on sale over the New Year sale. And this enemy is here specifically to give me a power bomb. Gotta remember to do that. But yeah, like, wasn't overly into 3, and when it comes down to it, even if you are into 3, 3 is done by Rockstar rather than Remedy. So even if you enjoy Max Payne 3 as a game, you may as well just take it as something completely different, because it basically is. Yeah, remember the guys who did Alan Wake? This is how we ended up getting into the idea of you doing an Alan Wake, Ninja. I was talking about doing Max Payne, and like, yeah, they later went on to do Alan Wake. Max Payne doesn't really have that issue, and even if it did, quick saves. I remember it's a game from like 2001. Quick saves. That's interesting. I posted the one for me on my Discord. And the number 1 for me was LOL. The number 2 for me was a specific streamer's a streamer's specific emote that was their version of LOL. Oh, for as a viewer, I think mine was as a streamer. Yeah, it was as a streamer. Because I don't really use LOL. I tend to use like my thumbs up emote for a lot of stuff. Okay, so now we have the X-ray visor so we can see these fuckers. So dealing with those guys got a lot easier. You know, I appreciate that, Teak. I really do. That means a lot to me. Especially like that many hours. The one I got, which is for me as a streamer, is like I streamed 544 hours last year. It's like you were there for that much of it. Cool. That's actually really cool. Yeah. The ones I got, I posted them in the Discord, but if you want the specifics. But, like, the most played game last year was Digital Devil Saga. The second most played game was Digital Devil Saga 2. Probably active in a lot of places, Teak. Probably what it is. Chansum, I think, won. Got the award for using the most points. I think specifically because he redeemed Nocturne. Stop locking onto the fucking... Like, the Nocturne redemption was... There it is. The Nocturne redemption was 75,000 points. So, like, it's understandable. Oh, you got it in Teak, goddamn. Yeah, I don't really spend points in Teak's channel. I'm sitting on a load of them, and there just isn't anything to spend them on. I mean, Teak recently put out the Backlog Thursday thing, and that's kind of it, but that was recently. I've been earning points, I've just not been spending them. Okay, we got the X-ray visor. I need to think of where the artifacts are now. I used 200 of my points to push Teak towards Beyond Good and Evil. And then just didn't use more of them. But you know, Eternal Darkness is probably a better choice than Beyond Good and Evil. Let me see. Chozo Ruins. Chozo Ruins. Chozo Ruins. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Was Teak playing Left 4 Dead on his own? Because nobody should really be into playing Left 4 Dead alone. It's a game that really doesn't work anywhere near as well in single player as it does in co-op. Like so many other games. Just said something, you know, like, I'd have joined Left 4 Dead 2. Left 4 Dead 2, Left 4 Dead, I have both on PC. Well, don't you have it, Danger? Like, we could have backed Teak up. And that'd be fun in and of itself. And with the way Teak's schedule works, I imagine it would have been once a week, which would be easy to do. That's fine, I call Bill. I always play as Bill. I don't really have a preference for Left 4 Dead 2. I don't really care about any of those characters. Yeah, I don't really care about any of them. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, that reminds me, I can grab that now, which... Yeah, I should go around the other side for it. You know, that's a fair point, Star. It kind of makes you think, like... Valve and Capcom could have done another crossover for the PC version. Because they had Left 4 Dead 2 and RE6 on PC had a crossover thing. No, not that. There we go. Where you can play as RE6 characters in Left 4 Dead 2 and Left 4 Dead 2 characters in RE6. I was like, they could have done something like that again. The RE2 make. Alright. The story of Talon 4 is that it was home to a group of Chozo who cared for the planet. And then the Great... God, what do they call it? There is a name they have for it. I want to say Calamity, but that's Genova in Final Fantasy VII. Then a meteorite hits the planet and it basically poisons the planet. And the Chozo desperately trying to find some way to fix it. Are unable to fix it. Unable to fix it, leave a bunch of stuff behind for the chosen warrior who they foresee will fix it, which is Samus. Which is why all these chosen upgrades are here. And then die out on this planet. And the ghosts are, I guess, vengeful Chozo spirits. There's a lot of backstory, especially if you have the... if you get the logs. Which I've been ignoring pretty much because this is a New Game Plus file. And it's carried over the the log entries from my previous playthrough. Which is everything. So here is the Chozo lore. All of it. Pretty much, yeah. The backstory, what happened with the planet, what the space pirates have done since the first Metroid game. It's there if you want to read it. It's not forced on you. It's pretty neat. It's kind of similar to what Dark Souls does, except it actually tells you, it doesn't give you riddles. I like the way Metroid Prime does it, and I like it in Prime 2 as well. I haven't finished Prime 3. One of these leads to the other side. Right, it's the other one. Okay. Nope, it's this one. One of them leads to the other side, one of them leads to an expansion. So we could have gotten this earlier. And I didn't because we would have had to come back. So here's a fun fact. In the original version, the lens flare from the sun there is way more intense. They toned it down because everybody hated it. I hope you have enough missiles for this. Right. You gotta be careful because the hitboxes for those things are bigger than they seem. And your missiles will just bounce off. There we go. This should be the last set. Oh, I didn't notice we'd gone over 100 missiles. I think that's it. I guess it's the Wave Buster. I don't remember what the max is in this game. I don't think they've ever gone higher than 255 though. The Wave Buster is basically the missile attack for the Wave Beam. Like, we've got the super missiles for the Power Beam. Wave Buster is the same idea for the Wave Beam. So the reason I waited until we got the Gravity Suit for this is... without the Gravity Suit, we can't do this. We wouldn't be able to make it through the water, and we'd have to come back for this. Wave Buster also has a real use. Like, super missiles are great just because of the power they have. The Wave Buster has a good use. The flamethrower is garbage, and the ice spreader is incredibly situational. Yeah, on the invisible drone. And on certain versions of Prime, the Wave Buster is great for Ridley. Okay, so we got that. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Is that all of them for this area? That's a save room. Yeah, it's all of them for this area. Let's head to Magmore Caverns then. Take care of business there. With the way the beams work in Prime 2 though, unless I have to, I don't generally use anything other than Power Beam anyway. It's kind of like a similar idea to how, with the way Hyper Mode works in Prime 3, unless I have to, I'm not using Hyper Mode. Didn't need the health, wanted missiles. Ideally, what I want is to be able to go into the Phazon mines again, and then come out ready to just go straight to the final boss. It's all going to depend on how well I remember where the artifacts are. You know what, let me just get a list. Couple of things we can get here. Google. Okay, it's loading that up slowly. You can hit a save point while it loads. There's one on the way forward. I need to get a plasma beam here anyway. Yeah, this is good. What do you mean by that, Teague? Okay, so I've got the list if I need it. There's an artifact coming up. Is it that one? I think it is. Yeah, with the way it moves up and down and everything as you aim, so it's not obstructing your aim. There we go. Okay, that is 5. That'd be kind of interesting. I feel like that kind of thing could be possible, but it'd have to be like a VR setup. Right, there's another one in... There's at least one more in Magmore Caverns. We already got that one, actually, didn't we? Yeah. Or a shrine? Right, yeah. I need to head here anyway. I forget if there's 2 or 3 in this area. It should come back to me, actually. Hopefully. Nope, no, go back. Anyway, there. If you remember the exact locations of these platforms, because these platforms are invisible. If you remember the exact locations, you can get there without the X-ray visor, just by using double jump. I don't remember the exact locations. They didn't want to go into thermal while I'm in the lava place. And we can grab the ice spreader as we pass by as well. I don't think that takes me too far out of my way. This corridor? I think it is. And I do have a power bomb. Get those Meridia flashbacks. Now I need to check the map and check which way the geothermal core is. Is it this way? I don't remember. Never gonna use that. Yes, keep going this way. That's where the plasma beam is. Whee! I'm not stopping. Health to burn. Literally. Okay. Wave beam. We should be coming up on the geothermal core now. Alright. So now we have to climb this thing. Where's the starting point? There it is. Okay. Okay, good. It's super satisfying to get the plasma beam because it is like the best beam. Like especially damage-wise, just the best beam. This shouldn't be taking this long. That one felt a lot more awkward than the previous ones. Hmm. Alright. And we just... There we go. Yay. So that is the goal. How many fucking power bombs? This would be less irritating if it wasn't for the fact that in the original release you didn't need power bombs. They added the power bomb requirement in to stop speedrunners from sequence breaking. I'm not happy about this. And it isn't like we've not killed anything on the way there, just nothing dropped power bombs. Didn't drop a damn thing. So that has popped up because I didn't do that fast enough. I didn't go and get the plasma beam fast enough. Still nothing. This is really irritating me. Who knows how long this detour will last because of this one stupid thing. Drop a power bomb. Now, because I decided to spend a power bomb to get the ice spreader, we're now stuck doing this until we find another one. The crazy thing here is I was pretty low on missiles when we were heading up to the plasma beam, and now look at it, I'm over halfway to max. And the game still hasn't dropped power bombs. Piss off. I can't even go to Fendrana Drift and do the stuff we need to do there while hoping we find power bombs. Because we need the plasma beam to do what we need to do there. And again, this is a problem that didn't exist in the original version. The power bomb debris was added to stop sequence breaking. End of the line. Really? The only thing I've seen to promote the upcoming RE showcase is the announcement that there's going to be Resident Evil 8 news. And also a thing on Facebook about how you can apply to be a co-streamer for it, which sounds like basically you'll just be officially supported in restreaming it on your own Twitch. Which seems dumb, honestly. People are going to restream it with or without Capcom's permission. I had heard about that. It's on Wednesday, isn't it? I'm not gonna co-stream it. Yeah, I don't really care. I wouldn't co-stream it anyway. Who's coming to my stream to watch the Resident Evil announcement? You go elsewhere, Ninja. On my stream, there's only... Fucking finally! My stream consists of me getting annoyed at stupid design decisions and swearing. That's all you're getting. You'll be happy for that. Wee. That took way longer than it should have. The game should not be so stingy with fucking power bombs. Yeah, didn't you, when you were co-streaming the Game Awards, weren't you actually playing a game with the Game Awards in a corner or something? I mean, to be fair, that's not a bad setup. I understand the appeal of that. For any of your viewers who might be like, do I watch the Game Awards or do I watch Teak? I mean, for me, that's an easy question to answer. Do I watch the Game Awards or do I watch Teak? How do you know a trailer's interesting if it's being streamed live? They announce beforehand like what the trailer they're showing is. Make a judgment call early on. No, I mean with something like the Game Awards. With Resident Evil, it's obviously going to be Resident Evil stuff. Come on. I want to make a note here that if the batteries die, I'm just gonna call it. First thing I've said with the Game Awards, like, the amount of stuff that's announced and the amount of trailers that are shown and stuff. It really feels like the Game Awards has no faith in the idea of people actually watching for the awards. Which they shouldn't, the awards are garbage. But you think they'd have faith in their own brand. But no, it's a case of like, no, we need these trailers to do stuff. Yeah, pretty much. Like, the way I'm thinking with that kind of thing is, like, think back to the original reveal trailer of Final Fantasy VII Remake, and how long it takes from the start of the trailer to the realization that it's Final Fantasy VII. I mean, if you're gonna go off the publisher or developer, then I feel like you're gonna be disappointed more often than not. I mean, hell, let's take it outside the context of it being a Resident Evil thing. Let's take it outside the context of it being a Resident Evil thing and just focus on Capcom. And it's like, okay, so it starts up and you're like, oh, this looks like it could be something interesting. And then, bam, it's Breath of Fire 6. Which, if you didn't know, Breath of Fire 6 is a social browser-based RPG. No, it wasn't a fly, it was a bit of fluff floating through the air. Well, you can never tell with these trailers until they're done. Yeah, going back to the Game Awards thing of, like, the only reason I even knew the Game Awards were happening when they were was that suddenly the internet was filled with hype because they were going to announce the new Smash character. Alright, let me see. Yeah, there's only 2 in Magmore Caverns. Awesome. Honestly, I think you... I just think, like, the way you're suggesting it's kind of really weird. But at the end of the day, you're the one doing it, Seek, and if it works for you, that's all that really matters. This leads to Fendrana Drifts. This does, okay. Yeah, if it works for you, that's all that really matters, it's your stream. There we go. You know, I wish everything was more like the Nintendo Direct. Because, like, I watch Nintendo Directs, and the main reason for that is there's not really that much fluff. There's not a load of filler to it. Nintendo Direct's like one of the best things when it comes to multiple announcement shows. In that it's just a case of, here's a bunch of trailers and some information. Cool. There's not a presenter D-list celebrity trying to seem cool and that they know what's going on. Where is it? That way? But do I want to go that way? Yeah, I do, don't I? Yeah. And I'll need to go through here anyway, fuck it. And there's not a D-list celebrity trying to seem like they know what's going on or care, telling terrible jokes, being generally shit at hosting. There's not a bunch of musical acts, it's just a case of, here's games. Did you enjoy that game? Cool, here's another game. And I wish everybody else would just take that and run with it. But, you know, then Nintendo does shit like announce a new Smash character at the Game Awards. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to watch that. I'll catch the trailer afterwards. You see, when you boil it down like that, Teak, that's reasonable. That sounds reasonable. You see, I would, because then I wouldn't be interested in the Nintendo Directs. It's the problem with, like, all the other stuff. They got so filled with fluff, and the games became so secondary to a show. Except it's not a good show. It's like how E3 presentations are basically just garbage pandering. Where am I going? I'm going up or down? Where the fuck? There it is. So the way you're supposed to figure out where all of the artifacts are is you can find the first one in the Talon overworld. This is where we need to be. You can find the first one in Talon overworld, and you're supposed to. You can easily miss it, but chances are your first time playing the game, when you're exploring, you'll find it. You can find it very early on. And that has... first one, and also a bunch of clues as to where the others are. And you're supposed to use those clues to figure them out. And the clues all relate to the location name. For example, the one we're going for right now, the clue specifically is at the edge of Fendrana. This room is called Fendrana's Edge. What's bullshit is... nothing there. What you have to do is look at it with the X-ray visor, which is not how any of these previous walls have worked. Just another fucking power bomb. Sick of this. Look at this powerbomb bullshit. Why is nothing dropping what I need? It's so hard to get some power bombs. The game's like, no, you need these to continue. Cool. Would you drop some? No. You know what? I don't need that. I got the plasma beam and I haven't used it for anything other than opening doors. They killed some fuckers with it. Pretty much. And the worst part is I need this item to progress. 3 times. 3 times the game has done this now. What's that? You needed that item to progress? Well, wish I could help you, buddy. You can. You can drop the fucking item. Yeah, and enemies just aren't dropping anything. No other Metroid game has this much trouble with power bombs. Yeah, I'm basically at full health. I'm at full missiles. The only thing enemies should be dropping is power bombs. Because that's how Metroid works. They drop what you don't have full of yet. If they're gonna drop anything. Okay, we are at full health now. Finally. When did we get another one? Going over there, I'm disintegrating that other one. I'm really not happy with this. The fact that 3 times the game's pulled this shit. Why didn't the icon light up? And I get angry. gonna get angry. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, the only place the scan visor doesn't work the way it has the rest of the game. Any other time in the game, the scan visor would have told you that wall was made of bendesium. To let you know you need to use the power bomb on it. And so people generally call bullshit on that, because it's fucking dumb. Basically, the different materials required, the different weapons required to break stuff, is explained as certain materials in this game. Sandstone is breakable with morph ball bombs. Telluric alloy is breakable with missile. Cordite is breakable with the super missile. Bendesium is breakable with power bomb. There. And so any other time in the game, the scan visor would have told you Bendesium. And it doesn't. So people are generally like, that's kind of bullshit. And you can be like, yeah, but the clue tells you to go there, so search the whole place. It's like, you wouldn't think to be using the X-ray visor. And even if you did, you would then have to cycle through everything you've got if you see it. Fuck's sake. You would then have to cycle through everything you've got to try and figure out what it actually is that you need to use to break it. I don't want to play this game anymore. Fucking platform. All that for an extra 5 missiles. Was it even worth it? Okay. I'm hitting the save point. Really? I'm surprised you didn't decide to do that on stream since you were doing it again. I appreciate small talk anyway, Ninja. Small talk's good. I don't care for it enough to stream it. See, my opinion with that would be the opposite. Like, I don't like it enough to replay it if I'm not streaming it. Hypothetically, because I haven't played Andromeda. Chances are I'm not going to play it if I'm not streaming it. That's 25% of it's really good. Interesting. Alright, let's do this then. This is something I pointed out way earlier when we were actually here. Something we couldn't do until we had the plasma beam. I hope there aren't Metroids in there. I hope that Metroid doesn't break out. Metroid just fucking broke out. Yeah, I've been saying that, Ninja, about, Final Fantasy 13, because it was fucking get through these stupid doors. It was something I'd always heard about Final Fantasy 13 before I played it. It's like, yeah, no, it gets good 30 hours in. It's like, one, that's not a justification, and two, no it doesn't. But if you say it does, if you say Andromeda gets good 50 hours in, I believe you. It's not going to convince me to play it any more than anything else. But I believe you. I really hate having to switch beams to open doors. Don't you love the feeling of nice smooth balls in your hands? Maybe part of that's down to the, Thank you. Maybe part of that's down to the, issues the game had with its direction. Okay, where is the other one? And the direction was mostly sorted by that point? Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. I was suspicious of how Andromeda was turning out when EA's big reveal for it was concept art. frame rate tanking near the end might be a save file issue. I've seen other games that have had that as a problem. Okay. 3. There's one more in Fendrana Drifts. 3 are accounted for as ones that I've not gotten yet. What is that extra one? Yeah, the whole thing, especially with the concept art thing. Yeah. The way that ended up working out with Andromeda makes me not give a shit about Dragon Age 4. Oh, they keep showing off concept art and trailers that mean absolutely nothing because they're not actual gameplay. And it's like, yeah, you remember when they did that with Andromeda? There's one for you, Ninja. Maybe you could do Dragon Age Origins. Work your way through that series, especially after having just done Mass Effect, the Mass Effect trilogy. Yeah. As it is now, with everything we've seen like in the last few years with BioWare, Anthem, Mass Effect Andromeda, and even to a lesser extent Dragon Age Inquisition, it's very much a case of I don't care until the game's out. I don't care for release dates, I don't care for trailers, I don't care for gameplay shown, I don't care at all until the game's out. Well, that's the thing, like, nothing's set in stone as shaping up fine until the game's out. Never forget the example of Aliens Colonial Marines. Yeah, no, everything's shaping up fine. Except it was a lie. This is always my problem with Metroid Prime. I enjoy the game until about 70% of the way through. Basically, once we're done with the first pass of the Phazon mines. Oh no, there's absolutely no reason to pre-order games, and there hasn't been for a long time. You see, now that's an interesting perspective to show Magic. Because like, I haven't played Anthem, and it's not the kind of game I'm into, but you are right, co-op can keep stuff going for, like, through a lot of shit. Like, Resident Evil 6 has a lot of problems, but you know what, I enjoy playing it, because I play it co-op. My last pre-order was Resident Evil 3 Remake. I didn't actually pre-order Devil May Cry 5. I just ended up buying it like a couple of weeks after it came out. I didn't have any interest in Anthem the minute it was announced to be basically Destiny. Because I picked up Destiny. I had a friend who was playing Destiny, and I picked it up not long after I got a PS4. Like, yeah, I'll play it. And Destiny bored the fuck out of me. It's not even that there's anything particularly wrong with Destiny. That kind of game, the ongoing live service thing, forced the shit out of me. I won't go back into an MMO because I'll lose interest. You're still waiting for your PS5? God damn. Like, it's the live service thing. I have no interest in it. It's repetition over and over. And it's like, you know what? If I wanted a game that is pretty much all about never ending, I'd go back to Final Fantasy XIV. Because you know what? At least Final Fantasy XIV was fucking good. At the end of the day, I didn't quit Final Fantasy XIV because I got bored. I quit Final Fantasy XIV because I wanted to play other games. Even then, I wouldn't have stuck with Final Fantasy XIV as long as I did if it hadn't been for the fact that I had friends playing it as well. You know what? No, I know where the one I'm missing is. Yeah, maybe you're just not playing the right games, Ninja. But no, I'm mostly single player for a bunch of reasons. Relying on the internet connection is always an issue. And ultimately, overall, I don't like my enjoyment of something being dependent on other people. Alright, Chozo Ruins. Chozo Ruins. I have to go back to Magmore Caverns for this. Yeah, I don't like my enjoyment of anything to be dependent on other people. Last time I went to the cinema on my own, and first time I ever did it. Currently the only time. I went to the cinema on my own to see Avengers Endgame. Because nobody was going to go with me. So I went to see it on my own like 4 weeks after it came out. You know what? It was actually really good. Not the movie. Like, I'm not going to talk about the movie. Going on my own was really good. Well, yeah, I think the difference there, Magic, is you've got somebody to play with. And you guys have played together for so long that it's a big thing for you guys. Nobody in my family goes cinema, and honestly, overall, I'd rather go on my own than with my family. Not even that there's anything wrong with my family. I just enjoy my alone time. Talon Overworld. Drift. One of these leads to the Chozo Ruins. Okay, so take the left. Yes. That's fair enough. Nowadays, there's also the thing of, like, everybody's busy. Everybody's got schedules. Try and coordinate schedules to get some people together. Try and coordinate your schedule with one other person's schedule. I understand the interest in going to the mall. Never did, but especially nowadays. And get out of the way. That's the thing, like, when I was younger, like, yeah, no, go in the game shop, sure, go in the mall, no. Don't give a fuck. Oh, the mall has a game shop? Cool. Then I'm interested in going to the game shop, not the mall. And nowadays, like, okay, I can just look up what I want online. I mean, hell, not even taking something like Amazon into account. Which way do I want to go? This way, this way, this way, back here, yes. Not even taking something like Amazon into account. That's the wrong way. Not even taking something like Amazon into account. Like, so many shops have online storefronts now that you can just check if something's in stock. Yeah, no, let me take a look at all of this. Is it in stock in my local branch? No? Hey, Titanium. How you doing, buddy? Pretty much, yeah. And yes, this is the fusion suit. We're gonna have 5 hours in this. Just want it fucking done now. That power bomb bullshit delayed us so much. What do we got? Granger Games shut down, so the only national branch now is Game, and I haven't shopped at Game for years, and I will not shop at Game because their prices are terrible. Which really leaves me like, oh, I'm buying a game new, shop 2. Which is an online storefront that's pretty good. Yeah, hope. Hope we do. That's interesting because Tesco near me sells PS4 games. They've got PS5 games going now. But yeah, with Granger gone, like, there's not really a good game-focused retailer that deals in current-gen stuff. CEX has a lot of problems, and Game just isn't worth it. The CEX is second-hand anyway, and likes to overcharge for the popular shit. The minute that they figure out that something might bring in a little money, they'll overprice it. Pretty small too, that's fair enough. The one near mine is called Tesco Extra, but it's a huge supermarket. Theme-specific doors are such a waste of time. That is weird. So, when you need the plasma beam to unlock that, why have the door that it opens be an ice beam door? So now all we've got is 3. One of them is basically at the end game where we need to head to. The other 2 are back in the phase on mines. This all goes well. Where the fuck is the door? This all goes... I hate these roof doors. If this all goes well, we'll be done with this in the next hour. If you're after newer stuff, Magic, I recommend checking out Shop 2. It's been pretty good for me. And if you're pre-ordering stuff, they usually get the stuff there the day before. Like, they deliver the stuff the day before, so it's pretty good. That's where I pre-ordered the last few games I got. As I pre-ordered RE3 Make, Smash, and RE2 Make. RE3 Make and RE2 Make because I wanted to play them when they came out. Smash because the pre-order guarantee was the best price I was going to get for it. And here we are now, like, over 2 years later, I think. And the game still hasn't matched that pre-order price. Because Nintendo products don't drop in price. Alright, so Magmore Caverns, which is this way. If I can get up there, that'd cut the time down really nicely. Nope, gotta go this way. It has gone on sale on the Smash, on the eShop. It might have been on sale over the New Year's sale, a bunch of Nintendo stuff was. But it has never gone down below, I think, 45. Because it's one of those Nintendo games where they charge £60 for it for some fucking reason. Yeah. Don't worry, Ninja, you're not being left out. Because all your friends probably can't play it online, because the online is garbage. My recommendation, Magic, would be check out a site called Deku Deals. Like Deku is in The Legend of Zelda. Yeah, the online is terrible. And the worst part of it is Nintendo... There's no way Nintendo didn't know. What the fuck is... There's no way Nintendo didn't know, and they sent out... since the launch of the Switch, Nintendo was talked about, yeah, no, we're gonna charge for our online service once we get it set up. And coincidentally, it was set up about a month before Smash came out. So by the time Smash came out, if you wanted to play it online, you had to be paying for it. Except, you know, the online was absolute shit, and it wasn't worth paying for. And here we are, 2 years later, and it still isn't worth paying for. But yeah, Deku deals is in like The Legend of Zelda Deku Tree. So. Yeah, Deku deals like that, like Titanium said. It is a site you can use to track Switch games through a bunch of storefronts. And you can set it up so it'll email you whenever any game you have on your wish list is on sale. And over the last couple of years, they've added features to it, so like you can get notifications when a game is on sale below a certain price. If a game is on sale for the lowest price it's ever gone, and stuff like that. It is a good site, yeah. You can also check the information and see the lowest price the game has ever gone, physically and digitally separately. And it goes through a bunch of retailers. Yes, this way. Which includes the eShop. Okay. Yeah. The awkward thing with just digital prices for the Switch is Nintendo used to sell digital codes to stores. So, like, if I was after a first-party Nintendo game, I'd get it digitally. Like, if I was after a first-party Nintendo game digitally, I'd get it through Shop 2, because Shop 2 had the digital codes. And they were... Fuck off. Anyway. And, like, Shop 2 would always put them out for better prices. Like, what's that? Luigi's Mansion 3 is £50 on the eShop. Well, stop. Shop 2 has it digitally for $40. Not sure how they're able to do that, but they're a legitimate retailer. And then Nintendo, specifically for Europe, decided to stop the sale of digital codes through third parties. So now if you want digital Nintendo games in Europe, you can only get them through the eShop. Where Nintendo rarely ever puts stuff on sale, and when it does, they're not good prices. They're not good sale prices. Well, the PlayStation Store, just PSN Store has wish list. They don't email you with notifications, but like if there's a sale on, you could go on the web store and check it out. And all the games have been listed there, and if one of them was on sale, you'd see it. Alright, here we go. No fucking around, I got everything that I want. I don't need more upgrades. I just want to be done. Want to be done. And the issue is, if we quit now, there isn't enough time left of the game to make up another stream. No, you have to do it through the web store, the browser store. Okay. It's good to know what you're after. I got a bunch of stuff on wish lists on various things that I don't remember why I wishlisted them. That said though, I got a bunch of stuff that I've actually bought that I don't remember why I bought it. There was a thing I had a few weeks ago where it was a case of a game that I had bought ages ago suddenly came up on something, and it was like, oh, that actually sounds really interesting. That must have been why I bought it. I don't remember what that thing was. I remember what the game it was. I don't remember what the thing was that was like, oh, that must have been why I bought it. Yeah, the lore's great. I actually have all the scan entries. I love the lore. Good stuff. One of the artifacts I need in the phase on mines is under an elite pirate, but I don't remember if it's forward or backwards of this position. I hate that. I hate having to use the thermal visor. There, elite research. It is up. Right. We'll go there and then we'll come back. Yeah, I just hate having to use the thermal visor. It's always so hard to see stuff for me. I'm surprised the batches have held out this long, because I'm pretty sure they didn't for Dark Side Chronicles. Not that way. This way. Here? Here? You mind? axe. Gotta do something here. Elite control. Let me check elite research then. Yeah, the Elixir fight was garbage, but let's be fair, all of the boss fights in Darkside Chronicles are bad. It's not specifically just the Elixir fight. Where is elite control from here? Or elite research? Bottom up here. Okay. Yeah. It's one of those things, like, look at everything that Darkside Chronicles does, and compare it with House of the Dead. And, like, everything the Darkside Chronicles does, the House of the Dead doesn't. And they really need to have asked, why doesn't House of the Dead do this? And it's the case with a lot of innovation in games. It's like, oh yeah, no, we're going to do something that nobody's ever thought to do before, and it's going to be so cool. Except... not that. Yeah, it is this guy. He's the special one. Bendezian, yeah. Except it turns out that no, people have thought of it. People have thought of it before. It turns out they didn't do it because they decided it was a stupid idea, and you haven't been some sort of brilliant savant for figuring this out. You're an idiot for not seeing the problem. Like, why doesn't House of the Dead have the camera that constantly shakes and reorients itself? Oh, because that makes it really hard to shoot anything. Alright, there we go. That's 2 more. Where did I come in? From the top, okay. Get sick of this. Yeah, I would like more power bombs. Okay, going down. Okay, I need the middle. Middle. Okay, yellow is still set to go to the top, so I'll just take that. I don't have to reorient anything for it. I'll just jump down. Fine. Yeah, the disintegration effect with the plasma beam. I always appreciate that when you do the fully charged plasma beam, and like, gone. That's always cool. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it would have been nice if one of those had dropped a power bomb. Or maybe more health, you know, something more useful than missiles. It's good work there, buddy. I'll disintegrate whoever I want. You can't stop me. So all we need to do now is take on the Omega Pirate. Once that's done, we get the Phazon suit, we can head back, grab the last artifact that we need. And head to the final boss and put an end to this game. I didn't intend to stream this in one session to begin with. And now that I'm basically doing that, no, I should have followed the first instant. This was a mistake. Is that over there? I only have one power bomb, and I'm going to need that for progression, though. Not the... Yeah, I don't like the Omega Pirate. Honestly, we're past the point where the game stopped being fun for me. The Omega Pirate isn't fun, Meta Ridley isn't fun, Metroid Prime isn't fun. And the game just stopped being fun. And then, of course, the artifact hunt isn't fun. Yeah. As like I say, I enjoy like 70% of Metroid Prime. But once you're done with like the first run through the Phazon mines, that's kind of it.
Defeat enemies to unlock doors.
On the original version, I think on the original American release on the GameCube, if you boost ball into Meta Ridley when he lands, it burns his wings off. I think with all the later versions, they changed that. So you have to fight Meta Ridley properly. I'd say with like all the re-releases, Meta Ridley was made... I guess you could call it harder, but I'd call it tedious. More tedious. Alright, cool. We got a power bomb out of that. I really hate how this game has got me rationing power bombs. I really do hate the whole specific beam door thing. And we're coming up to the introduction of the Fission Metroids. Woo. Anybody else? Anybody else? No? Where's the control for this? Back up top. There we go. If we'd done that before going down, then they would have attacked the pirates. Here wants some of my fire. Wasn't there a third one? Oh, it stayed in there. Well, it's got to die now. Yep, you need the X-ray visor to see this platform that you need to get across. Hate the X-ray visor, can't see a damn thing in it. It's really the problem I have with all the visors in Metroid Prime, aside from combat and scan. They're all situational, meant to deal with specific problems that all basically result in you seeing less. Hey, you know, that's a classic way to deal with Metroids. Metroid smoothies. Alright. But yeah, the big trouble coming up is Fission Metroids, which, yay. Yay. I hate this entire section. Yep. Fission Metroids. Which... There's a Hunter Metroid. Bad enough. It's like, oh hey, what if a Metroid had reach? But then the Fission Metroids, like, hey, what if the Metroids were worse? Didn't think I was going to make that then. Look, is this Bendesium? They're blocking me for Bendesium again? Yes. Considering how much this game wants me to use power bombs, they could do with giving me power bombs more often. I'll blame Space Pirates for a lot of things. And of course, the dark tunnel where we have to use the thermal visor, because isn't that fun? Yeah, I don't recall ever having this much trouble with the power bombs before. Okay. That's a save point, which I want. Omega Pirate shouldn't be an issue, but you never know. And I don't want to have to come all the way down here. Fucking piece of shit. I hate these things. They're awful. They're never in the right place that you want them. Like, why don't you just make static grapple points? Here we go. It isn't the same point, it's the missile station. Yay. Alright, thanks for joining us, Magic. You have yourself a good summer day and you take care of yourself, buddy. We'll catch you next time. Yeah, no, let's make the thermal visor required for this point. And also, you know, while you're using the thermal visor, you can't tell what colour the door is. Catch you next time, Magic. Why not just have stationary grapple points? Oh yeah, phase on troops. It's a problem the entire Prime series has. The further you go into the game, the less enjoyable the game is. Prime 2 has it worse. A lot of people rag on Prime 2. I enjoy Prime 2. I think in a bunch of ways it's better than the first game. But that last section where you're getting Prime 2's artifacts, the Sky Temple keys, no, it is worse. That's the door. Door's at the bottom. Okay. Yeah, the light suits, so finally Dark Aether stops hurting. And it looks better than the dark suit, so that's nice. But, you know, there is also the problem that now you have to fully explore Dark Aether to find all the Sky Temple keys. And, you know, you gotta do it with the dark vision. Because, you know, the containers holding the Dark Temple keys can only be seen with the dark vision. Yeah, the dark suit looked awful. I didn't like it. I'll play Metroid Prime 2 at some point, Ninja. That's not going to be one stream, that'll probably be like 3 streams. Maybe longer. I don't do Prime 2 as much as Prime 1. Not really for any real reason, honestly. Here it is. I have 3 power bombs. Alright, you chunky son of a bitch. How do I fight you? Phase on, yes. Right, okay, no, I remember. Okay, that was supposed to hit all of them. Not a Duma. The worst, like, one of the worst things about the Omega Pirate is that hand beam he's holding out. Which basically absorbs all of your shots. Doesn't matter what kind of shot it is. Must be fucking Wade Troopers. So that's the goal, like, get in close, use a power bomb, you skip that entire phase. If it works. But yeah, when it lifts its hand up, it basically deflects all your shots. Doesn't matter what kind, deflects all your shots. And the hitbox for that is active for way longer than you think. It comes on way sooner. Oh great, and wave beam troopers as well, because of course. You can switch to the pacing wave beam. Oh great, he finished. Ice beam. 2 ice and a plasma. So this is the worst part. You have to kill these guys fast. Wasn't fast enough. Yeah. It has too many mechanics. And any boss fight that can draw itself out is bad in so many ways. Plus, it really doesn't help that the hitboxes on the Omega Pirate are really finicky. And as soon as he goes to lift his hand up, it's active. You can't shoot him. It also doesn't help I've been doing this for over 6 hours now and I was sick of it 2 hours ago. And, you know, now we've gotten to the worst section of the game. Okay. Nice. And we just got a power bomb, so do this right, I can skip this again. Okay. Yeah, that's an ice. 2 ice and a plasma. The cropping on that looked weird. Like it was zoomed in too close in the wrong area. That's the Phazon suit though, we can now go in Phazon, which is nice. Which means we can go and get the last artifact, which is a couple of rooms away from here. Piss off. Yeah, the red phase on the crater that has basically no purpose than to just say, oh yeah, no, that upgrade, fuck it. And fission Metroids are active now. That's fun. Well, the phase-on fusion suit is the final suit Samus gets in Fusion, after she absorbs the SAX parasite. So these barriers exist so that you can't get to this artifact quick enough to survive without the phase-on suit. Metroid Fusion's great. I love Fusion. Alright, let's get out of there. Honestly, I was debating doing Fusion today, but it was a case of like, no, Fusion's too short, I'll be through it too fast. And now here we are, 6 hours in. Because what was gonna be fucking Fission Metroids. I'm like, why isn't this working? Oh, because it's a Fission Metroid and I can't tell because I have to use the thermal visor. Remember when games used to be like this and they'd be... Fuck off! It'd be really good, and then you'd get to the end, and the entire last sequence of it, or last few hours, last quarter, would just be shit, and you'd have to deal with it. And some of your favourite games would be like 7... You know what the worst part about this is? The best way to kill these things is with a power bomb. You know, like a lot of your favourite games would be like 70% good, 30% garbage. And whenever you replayed them, you'd always regret, like, you'd always... Oh, what's the word? I can't think what the word is. Not look forward to. Dread. You always dread getting to that last section that was just terrible. There's so many games like that back in the day. Now I need to get out of this fucking place. Piss off. Again, would not be such an issue if Metroid Prime had given me power bombs, but no, it likes to give me everything else and then nothing. Poor Metroid. It's lucky Metroid. It's lucky that I don't have power bombs. Kill it. That way. Seeker's gone live? Cool. What's he playing? Now let's get out of this hellhole. Now I've got to do the fun climb up here with Metroids that I don't have a good way of fighting. I should really just quit and say the game's as good as done. Do you mind? You know what? I don't want to go out. I don't want to have to deal with those fuckers climbing out. More Eternal Darkness. Alright. That's good stuff. Yeah, I'll take the other way out rather than deal with climbing up there with the turrets firing at me and the Metroid trying to chomp me. Going this way, we can grab the flamethrower as well that I'm never going to use. Again, a lot of this wouldn't be so much of an issue if the game gave me power bombs. Yeah, a warp system would be nice. Or a little more interconnectivity between areas, maybe. Like, that's something Prime 2 does better. Possibly just because it has less overall areas, and the areas it has are bigger. But, like, all of the areas are connected to each other. Try to get through a door. Bendesium. Okay, we're not getting the fucking flamethrower then. Because the game doesn't want to give me power bombs. And you know what? I'm not grinding for them again. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, what a fucking coincidence. Really tired of this. Shouldn't do these super long streams. I intended not to do another one after Ocarina of Time. Which I wasn't bitter about. I wasn't bitter about Ocarina of Time. I was just tired because it was like 9 hours. Well, when we start going longer, I do get better. That was the intention, then I was getting through it a lot quicker than I expected. They do, but there's like 3 of them in the game. Do they? You know what? No, they can't. Because if they did, I would have more of them. Because we hit up the missile station thinking it was a save station. It wasn't. And we didn't have full power bombs. Hey, Sana. Yeah, I'm very bitter right now. I'm tired and I'm sick of this game shit. I'm also really surprised the Wii Remote hasn't died yet. My hands are also a little numb, because the Wii Remote is a terrible controller. It's like, hey, remember when Nintendo started saying, like, you know, maybe take a break every so often? It was like, what nobody thought of was, like, they were going to force that on you by making the controllers uncomfortable. And by uncomfortable, I mean fucking awful. This isn't progress. There is that as well, yeah. Because it's a pointer, so I have to have it like that. That. Helpful. Because it's a straight line, it's not ergonomic at all. You know what, I'm not going through the fucking sunken frigate again. I'm pretty sure the ship refills everything. We're gonna stop off at the ship anyway. But by that point, there's not really use for power bombs anymore. You know what, this is shorter and will save me the issue of having to acknowledge that Chozo ghosts exist. Yeah. Welcome to the Mecha Chrono stream, where we prove repeatedly why you shouldn't do such long streams. No, Chozo ghosts can go burn in hell. Awful enemies, and I hate dealing with them. And they do become way less of an issue after you get the X-ray visor. And then once you get the X-ray visor, you barely have to deal with them anymore. You know what, I don't need to deal with this. Go to hell and you die. Yeah, that is a good scan. It's like, yeah, no, we've been replicating the Hunter's technology. And, you know, there's been progress made with it. And then the stuff about how trying to replicate morph ball technology has resulted in numerous maimed and dead. It's like, you know, the science team wisely had decided to move on. But, you know, that's good. That's good, I like that. There's the power, there's the gunship. Get on the damn ship, Samus. Okay. Go! Pirate log entry. Welcome to the impact crater. You're expected to come here way earlier, and this is your ultimate goal throughout the entire game. Fun fact, in the original American version, the original American release of the game, the pirate log states that they got inside the impact crater. Pirates got inside the impact crater and basically put the reverse engineered tech from Samus's weapons onto there, onto the monster in there, Metroid Prime. This created a plot hole of, if they got in, then why would they specifically talk about trying to get in to get to the source of the Phazon? And so in later versions, that line is cut. That's the last one. In later versions, that line is cut because it creates a plot hole. However, cutting that line also creates the plot hole of, why is Metroid Prime armed with weapons? Okay. Well. If it ain't Dragon Bitch himself. So what I love about previous Ridley fights in the series is that Ridley is always a slobber knocker. It's not about hitting weaknesses, it's not about dealing with mechanics, it's always about just hitting him until he dies, and I love the simplicity of it. Prime makes it into a mechanic-based fight, and I'm not into that. Like, you can only hit him in the mouth, and Ridley will spend time just flying off like this. And you know, there are a few things I really dislike more than a boss fight where I'm just left with nothing to do for a while. No, I'm going to specifically blame the programmers of Metroid Prime. So yeah, in the original American release, if you boost ball into Ridley while he's landed like that, it'll burn his wings off immediately. You know what? I've got missiles. Fucking come at me, bitch. You gonna come down here and fight like a real space dragon? Nope. Okay, I guess we're just gonna keep waiting. This is why I'm not all that into Sonic overall, because so many Sonic boss fights are just waiting until the boss is vulnerable. Honestly, Samus is badass. Canonically, this is the second time she's killed Ridley. It's like, oh, why does Ridley have all those cybernetics on? Because Samus fucked him up in the first game. It's even better with the knowledge that Ridley killed Samus's parents. The wings are on fire. Phase 2. Which gets worse because Phase 2 you specifically have to hit him in the open mouth. Timing of that. Shut up. And then hit the heart. Let me switch this up. You know what? I can probably make this work faster as well. Yeah, I feel like his health didn't go down there. Timing the super missiles getting to be a pain. Yeah. Honestly, I don't like this Ridley fight. It's one of my least favourite Ridley fights. Okay. Not over yet, Ninja. Not over yet. You'll have to check the Chrononly fans for that, Titanium. And the red Phazon, which even with the Phazon suit damages us. Fortunately, the impact crater really isn't much. It's some pretty basic platforming, and then the final boss. There's a save point down here, that's kind of it. You know what, is there a save point down here, or is it just that third missile refuel station? Piss off. I guess it's just a missile refuel station. You know what? Let me make a show right here of how little I give a shit. And how unafraid I am of the final boss. There it is, Metroid Prime. Pretty much. I was going to say that afterwards. But I'll give details on that after we're done. Okay, so Metroid Prime, four different forms, each one corresponding to one of your beam weapons. That's Wave Beam. It'll switch between them. Which one it switches to is random, as far as I'm aware. Ice Beam. Honestly, I can't believe we made it to the final boss before that happened. So this isn't going to be overly comfortable. Rechargeables in, like, specifically separate rechargeables in there. But because the battery pack that I have is also the cover, I had to play this without cover. Not overly comfortable, but at this point we're going to finish this. Power beam. I think in general you hope for it to go to power beam, because with power beam you can just do super missiles. Well, No More Heroes wasn't Nintendo's choice. No More Heroes was Grasshopper Manufacture. Nintendo could have put Metroid Prime Trilogy on there ages ago and they just didn't. Plasma Beam. Plasma Beam's a good one because Plasma Beam is just sheer damage. And the Plasma Beam fires fast enough that you don't really have to worry about not managing to connect. Honestly, with Nintendo, I think the big problem with Nintendo is you can never be sure of... You can never predict what Nintendo's going to do. Nintendo will do what they want, and what they want won't always make any sense. Yeah, pretty much. It's like, let's be fair, what sense did it make to announce the Super Mario 3D All-Stars collection for Mario's 35th anniversary? What sense did it make to announce that to be a limited time thing? It didn't. I don't know, Wave Beam is pretty bad as well, because the Wave Buster just drains missiles. The Ice Spreader, at least, is just one and done. And, like, there's the problem of, like, if you want damage done with the Wave Beam, you really need to be throwing out the Wave Buster. Yeah, thank you. That'll do. One more. More should do it. Of course it's wave beam. Oh, plasma. Awesome. That is actually really nice. So I got you. You're gonna change again, aren't you? No? Awesome. Burn. Here we go. Final phase. This one is just tedious. This isn't a difficult fight, it just takes potentially ages. You can't damage it with your weapons. So this is a waiting game, which, as we've previously established, I hate. This is a waiting game for Prime to spit out phazon poop like that. And then it switches visual spectrums, so we have to use a different visor to see it. Thermal? Nope. X-ray? Yes. And then we do this. And that's the fight. We do that over and over until it's dead. And it can choose to take ages before it poops out more. Oh, great. So, looking at how much health it's got, this is going to be 5 times. And this is all it can do. This attack can spit out Metroids, which it only does after it poops phazon. There we go. That's not even me mashing the button, that's me holding the button. That's halfway, I think. That suggests this isn't going to be 5, it's going to be 6. Right, there it is, and spectrum there. Thermal. This shouldn't be 6 goes. It should be way less than that. With how tedious and simple this is as a final boss fight, this should be like 2, maybe 3. Possibly, but the big question with that is how long it takes to actually put the phazon down. And of course, there's the last little bit. Yeah, like I say, theoretically, it could just keep going, doing the slam attack, and not putting the Phazon down. The way this fight has gone so far, I'm thinking that they may have rebalanced the numbers for that, for the trilogy version, but back in the GameCube version at least, it could just keep going. That's it, it's Metroid Prime, done. Hitman 3 is going to be exclusive to the Epic Store on PC for some time. So what it just did is it was reaching out for any source of Phazon it could find. And the suit we had was the Phazon suit, which was itself a source of Phazon. So it ripped the Phazon suit out of us. And now we're back on the gravity suit. Thank you, Ninja.
The Chozo's faith in Samus has been well rewarded, and now a new star shines in the universe.
Don't, you should not linger on that.
Bounty hunter, Samus Aran.
Because the longer you linger on it, and with the camera turning, it becomes so obvious that most of those fire effects are 2D sprites. I think I might have accidentally knocked the B button. Because it was on, like, the remote was on my lap. But Samus's Metroid Prime face is not great. It's Metroid Prime. Thank you, Lena. It starts well. I think it overstays its welcome. Which is something Prime 2 also does. No, I would have let you see it. It's reasonable, Titanium. I try to make all my complaints valid complaints, but sometimes a lot of it is just me going, bleh. But I do think that, like, me doing this for almost 7 hours aside, I think Prime really falls down in its last third. Like, once you're done with the first run of the Phazon mines, and you could argue before then, Prime just becomes a chore. With Retro Studio doing Prime 4 again, I really hope they don't do this artifact bullshit again, because they did it for all 3 Prime games. Alright, let me see. Is Phazon still alive? She is not. Which means we're gonna go and rate Teak when the credits are done. It's the mandatory backtracking is the big problem. Throughout the entire game. And this was me knowing what I was doing. And that's worse in Prime 2. Yeah, no. Kenji Yamamoto's soundtrack is fantastic in Prime. Worth noting, he is not the same Kenji Yamamoto who did the soundtrack for a bunch of Dragon Ball games and Dragon Ball Kai. who was accused of plagiarism and had all of his music removed from later re-releases of the Dragon Ball material that he worked on. It's just a coincidence that they are both called Kenji Yamamoto and are both composers. So if you get 100% items, this sequence goes on a little bit longer, zooms in on the remains of Metroid Prime, and a hand reaches out of the goo, which is Dark Samus in Prime 2. Yeah. I said we'd raid Phazon. We can't do that now because she's gone offline. We outlasted her, unfortunately. But what we are going to do is we're going to go raid Teak, who is playing Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. Teak's a cool dude, and Eternal Darkness is a really cool game. If you've never seen it, it is really neat. And Titanium, you're into the lore? Eternal Darkness has some really well written stuff. Really well written logs, letters, notes, descriptions. Your character examines something, and really well written details about whatever they're examining. On top of a pretty interesting horror story that spans multiple time periods. It's really cool. If you can find a way to play it for yourself, recommend it. It's not as amazing as everybody makes out, but it's worth playing, or at least checking out. So, I want to thank everybody who joined the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thank you to everybody in the chat. Chat is what makes the streams worth it. Best part of the streams. Ninja, Teak, Azon, Signer, Magic, Titanium. I feel like there was another person. This isn't the longest stream we've done before, Signer. There's Lino and Star, of course. The stream we did where we met Lino. The Ocarina of Time stream was 9 hours. We did that in one sitting. Hunters was not great, honestly. Visually impressive, and it plays fine, like mechanically. It just wasn't great. You like Metroid Prime? That's no guarantee you'll like Hunters. Because Hunters is really just a shooter. But yeah, everybody who joined the stream, everybody who joined the chat, if I didn't mention you, I apologise, but you were very much appreciated. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 PM Great Bean Time GMT, where we'll be continuing Skies of Arcadia Legends. We're about to go into the Temple of Piran, the Pyramid. And I'm hoping to be at least in the Lost City of Rixus by the end of tomorrow. But yeah, we're gonna go raid Teak. Cool dude playing Metroid in Eternal Darkness, Science's Requiem, which is a cool game. Recommend people check the game out, if not Teak. But with that, I want to thank everybody for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day, and take care. We'll catch you next time, guys. Goodbye.